Hello, hello, check. Hey, another day, another dollar, man. We are back at it with another video. Today we're doing something really cool. It's gonna be a nostalgia app. Everybody loves nostalgia, right? I mean, it's always pretty interesting, pretty cool. But yeah, let's just dive right into it. So I have already set up the foundation for this project. Let me make sure the speaker is playing out the correct place. Okay. All right, cool. So I've already set that foundation for us, and as always, pretty much just drop in the mock-up image that we have right here, along with the actual PRD. And this is the mock-up image that we used, and the project requirement document. It's pretty similar to the other ones, so we can check that out really quick. Okay. Just getting that pulled up. All right, cool. So this is the nostalgia app PRD that we input, and as always, at the end of this 30-day challenge, I'll be giving out all of these PRDs, mockups, and the full apps. So let's just go over the overview really quick. So the nostalgia app is a lightweight web mobile hybrid designed to transport users through cultural highlights of each decade from the 70s through the 2010s. Built in 24 hours on Replit, the app presents curated trends in movies, television, music, and fashion, wrapped in an iconic 1980s neon aesthetic. Cool. So outside of that, it's just pretty much some general details about the project. But yeah, so like I said, I already started, just dropped in that PRD and that mock-up image, and let's see what the baseline project is that they gave us so we can add more features and more details here. All right, cool. So looks like we have the different eras up here. All right, so we have 2010s, 2000s, back to the 70s. On top of that, it just pretty much has the different popular movies from that era over here. This is the 90s. See Pulp Fiction, Jurassic Park, Titanic, Goodfellas. They have the TV shows also, Friends, X-Files, etc. So it's a decent amount of information here. We have the fashion at the bottom as well. So this app will be really cool for anybody who's curious about the different decades and the different things that were going on during that time. I don't know, myself personally, sometimes I just get the nostalgia kick and I'll just check out all movies or TV shows from a certain era. So I feel like this is really cool just to find all of that different information. And yeah, just have fun with it, really. Like it's just a fun way to spend your time. You know, if you're gonna watch a TV show or a movie or something, you might just wanna have a experience from that era for a second. It's pretty nice. Especially nowadays, they don't really make TV shows and movies as much with a higher budget or things like that. So yeah, just thought it'd be fun. But yeah. So this is the foundation here. First thing we want to do is make sure we can import the correct images and details for all of these different era related forms of media. Like all of these different hip hop, hair, synth pop, new wave, all of these need their own curated, correct information showing up. But let's do that now. So we can use the Wikipedia API to get this information. So I'll just note that. Add in the correct information for each era media with Wikipedia. Okay. Just note with actually it's called Wikimedia. That's the Wikipedia API. Okay. So have that foundation set up. Now we'll just, as always, catch a screenshot. I'll just make sure I catch one of these specific moments. Let me get this out the way. Okay, so as always, whenever you're making any changes on Replit, first thing you do, catch a screenshot of what you want to change. Sorry about that. That was just some music I was listening to. But yeah, so first thing you want to do is catch a screenshot of what you want to change and note exactly what you want to change as well. So let's get this done. The reason why I'm showing all of these specifically is because there's a lot of specific details and tweaks and changes that can take place that people don't really note a lot of times in these tutorials for Replit. So just trying to be as detailed as possible with the information. Yep, day 17. It's the 17th app. Okay, so it looks like it's loading up those changes for us. And I just want to check out what they ended up pulling in so far. So for the 90s, we have 4. It looks like it gave us 4 of each. So I'm already noticing this design can be a lot cleaner. A lot more utility could be here. I don't like how all of the different movies, television, and everything is all laid out in one row, back to back. These different colors are kind of clashing too, even though they kind of go together with the neon aesthetic, but it could just be a lot cleaner. I usually like to do the design portion of the app at the very end so that we can get all of the functionality added in first, but for this one, we might just actually just go with that design first. It's not that big of a deal. It depends on the level of depth your app has. This app is pretty straightforward. Just search any era in any, like, say for instance, television in the 2000s, and we should get a good organized list of all of the different TV shows. We also will be adding links to check out any of the different forms of media, movies, TV shows, fashion. We can work on how we'll add that information in once we get there, but there should be a cool creative way we can add that information as well. Let me see. And as always, we have ChatGPT on standby just in case we want to add in any additional specific pieces of information. It's always easier to use ChatGPT to get a list of, say for instance, if we wanted to have ChatGPT list out the 100 most popular pieces of fashion from that era, or the different cultures of fashion. Like for instance, in the 90s, Gothic would be one of the cultures, I believe, that would fit in, or maybe that would be for the 80s. But yeah, I mean, there's tons of different information we can add in here. Just want to make sure we are strategic with the way we pull the information. Replit can list out all the information you would be looking for, but I've noticed with ChatGPT, it can be a lot more accurate. Okay, so seeing these errors here, attempting to fetch resources. So let's check this out. So it looks like it's not able to access the links that are connected to these individual sections of the page for fashion, at least, probably other sections too. Just checking this out now, but most likely this is just a part of the process while it's creating the changes that we requested. All right, I can see the API calls are working. Okay. Still client-side errors. Let me check the error handlers. Okay, cool. So like I said, it already noticed those changes and it's getting those updated for us in real time. Okay, let's check this out. Loading authentic cultural data. Okay. So yeah, as always, processing those changes for us. Get this out the way. Okay. The health endpoint works, but some Wikipedia calls are returning 404s. Okay. Can see some API calls are successful and others return 404s. Okay, so it looks like the API is not pulling in, or it's not being interacted with correctly yet, but it's still loading up those changes for us. It's no big deal. Okay, now I need to remove the loading state logic. All right, cool. As always, just processing those changes for us. Okay. So yeah, it's still definitely pulling in those stock images. Dynasty, primetime soap opera. Okay. Synth pop, new wave. Okay. Yeah, it has a decent amount of range, and it seems like it's pretty specific. You can see it has the different forms of media. It has the year that it took place in. Okay. Brief breakdown here with a button where you can learn more about it. All right. I feel like an app like this will really be valuable as far as the actual information that it shows, like the pictures and links to different videos could be very valuable for this one. All right, so creating a simple Wikipedia data enhancement service that uses the backend API. All right, cool. It's loading up those changes for us. Cool, cool, cool. Still populating that. Okay, okay. Okay. All right. So now I'll test the app to see the enhanced authentic Wikipedia data. Okay. Yep, still processing these changes for us. But yeah, first thing I want to do with this, like I said, since this is more of a, I mean, it's a nostalgia app, right? So it's really all about just manifesting that nostalgia of the era. And I think we can really get a good experience here once we add in a really cool design on this. Because you got to think, it still has TV and movie portions like we've used with the movie app. So we can really have a nice layout of the movie section, essentially similar to like the Netflix style that we've been using recently. And that can, I think that can extend for the movies and the television portion. Music and fashion, we did have that Spotify API that we referenced before. So we can definitely use that for the music portion. And for fashion, I'm not 100% sure how we'll be able to get that data in, but that'll be a good learning experience. All right, I'll add the database functionality for the Nostalgia app by implementing a database schema and connecting it to store user interactions and preferences. All right, cool. So it's processing those changes for us. Okay. Okay. All right. So, yeah, it's still processing those changes for us. All right. They got some decent information in here, though. I'm liking the layout. For sure. Not the base layout, but I like how all of these individual pieces of information drop out like this. Looks pretty clean. All right, so updating the storage layer to use database instead of memory storage. All right. As always, once we get that foundation done, everything else will be a lot smoother and easier. For sure. All right, let me check the current storage TS file. Okay. Okay. So the 2010s, Game of Thrones, Stranger Things, Breaking Bad, and The Walking Dead. Definitely, I like the references they're using so far. It makes sense. The athleisure, that's interesting. Maybe each of these can link to different. I'm not sure how to do the fashion portion, to be honest. I think that'll be interesting to map out how to work with that. The athleisure, fast fashion, normcore. I'm not even sure what normcore is. I'm waiting for these pictures to come back so we can see what all of this is really looking like and how we can work with the data points that they're able to get. We can also work on finding a fashion API that might be able to get more details. Let's ask ChatGPT about that now while we wait. What is a good fashion related API to use to gain information about trends in the past? All right, yeah, I'm not sure what we should use for that. That's still loading up though. Okay. Need to fix the schema type issue with JSON. Okay. So it looks like it, as always, has a couple little issues that it's working out behind the scenes for us. Okay. Yeah, once we get these images right, I'm going to definitely need each one of these to be segmented I don't like how each one of these are color coded and each one of these are using the same color format. The 2010s and the 70s are both using the same color as well. So we definitely need to update that. It can just be designed a lot better. So, but as always, it's just a foundation. Pull retrospective retail data. Okay. So this doesn't seem like what we're looking for. It's talking about pricing, promotions, and things like that. Multiple years of historical data and billions of SKUs. Ideal for analyzing how pricing. So this is more for prices. Let's check out Hurritech, an AI-driven platform offered as a SaaS or API. Okay. Detects 2,000 plus fashion attributes to reconstruct past trends, trajectories, and predict upcoming seasons. Okay. This might be nice. As an API and it's AI driven. AI driven is a very vague term, but I'm assuming that it means that it's able to analyze the data points and find trends using AI. Okay. Trend analytics. Okay. Leverages predictive search, social, and market data, analyzing millions of data points to deliver both historical and forward-looking insights, trend forecasting, top market movers, social media metrics. Okay. This is cool for trends. Most of these look like they're intended to predict the future of fashion, which is interesting, but not really what we're trying to do here. Detect emerging viral topics, hashtags, and influencers in real time. Okay. Yeah, so all of these are really seems like they're based on predicting the future of certain areas of fashion or things like that. Okay. And then we have Google Trends here at the bottom. So yeah, let me just narrow that down a little bit or attempt to I am looking more for historical information related to fashion of the previous decades. Okay. All right, so let's check that out. And this is still loading up those changes for us, getting those images updated and getting everything looking nice. Once this is done, we can definitely change the design of this site because the baseline design is just so it's so basic. It's just not gonna work out. But let me see. Yeah, it's still loading those changes. Let's see if we can get that better API. All right, so has some APIs that's pulling up here. Okay, which data type you need, price versus visual searches. Yeah, this is interesting though. This is interesting. It's definitely really cool that we can pull. That's why I like making all these different apps. Like on app 17, we've seen so much different ranges of APIs to use and different formats to set the website up and everything. So this can really be useful potentially for data prediction, things like that. We could potentially have a fashion prediction app which can predict which fashion trends will be coming up in the future, and we can test that based on historical data. All right, cool. So the Metropolitan Museum of Art collection. Well, this is more art related. Victorian, okay, so Smithsonian OpenAI API. Cooper Hewitt Graph. Okay, European REST API. Aggressive 700,000 plus fashion related items. See, this is more, it seems like this is more actually very, very retro. Like it seems like it's going more of a Victorian era style, but it does mention the 80s here. All right. So let's see what we got so far though. All right, so it looks like it is saying that it is attempting to update those images. Not seeing those updated yet, but let's check things out. Looks like this updated. Miami Vice still has the same. This might have been that already. Yeah, it doesn't look like these changed yet. So let's let it know that those images still need to be reloaded. Or repopulated, I should say. Okay. Error. The images have not updated. Okay, so let's just explain to Chat GPT a little bit better what API we're looking to get. Looking for an API to use for a nostalgia app that references fashion trends from the 80s, 90s, 2000s, and 2010s specifically. Okay, so trying to narrow that down a little bit with ChatGPT. Hopefully we can get a better response on this API. Out of these APIs that it's referenced so far, one of these may work, possibly. I could see maybe this edited data. It does have retail data, so that could potentially have more details. These explanations for the APIs are pretty vague so far, but let's see if we can get a better answer. Okay, below are several public APIs well suited for pulling decade-specific fashion data. Okay, Metropolitan Museum of Art Collection. It's referencing this again. All right. So yeah, it does look like these. Okay. This might work. Let's try Metropolitan Museum of Art Collection. Okay. Or actually, let's see. Which API do you recommend? Let's just see which one the A or ChatGPT would recommend for us to use, because those all seem pretty vague. All right, so these images are updated now, look a lot better. So now we're gonna make sure we use the TMDB database. Well, first off, we need to segment this app into 4 different portions for TV, movies, music, and fashion, because they should all not be on the same page. And the design also needs to be upgraded a lot more. So redesign the app to look more high quality and advanced. Each of the forms of media should have their own page, designed specifically for its use case. Okay. All right, and I'll just note TV/movies because I want those combined. All right, music and fashion. Okay. And I'll also note to gather the specific data for each media form, or I'll note to use the TMDB API for movies and TV shows, and also it should use the Spotify API for the music choice, so we can get real accurate information for those, at least while we're working on getting that fashion information set up. So I'll just note, use the TMDB API to pull the movies/TV information, and use the Spotify API to pull the accurate music information. Okay, nice. So I'm just letting it know we need to pretty much update this entire page design, make it look a lot cleaner, a lot more value. It looks pretty cheap so far. We definitely want this to appear more high quality. And we'll also be able to pull the different information for movies, TV shows, and music from the correct API. The TMDB API is great for movies and TV shows, so we're going to reference that. And for music, we're going to just use the Spotify API. That should be pretty cool. All right, so see here, it's referencing each of the APIs. It has Spotify in here because Spotify has a client ID and a client secret, which is pretty much a username and password. And we have the TMDB API here as well, which just needs the key. So You just press start on that and it should be able to load up that information for us pretty quick. And ideally this can just upgrade the entire site, get it looking a lot cleaner. And yeah, should just be a overall better experience, but it might take a while to load up all of these changes for us, for sure. All right, so yep, looks like it's understanding exactly what we're looking for. It says perfect. Now I'll redesign the app with dedicated pages for each media type using the TMDB and Spotify API. Let's start by creating the API integration. Creating the Spotify API integration for server-side endpoints for both TMDB and Spotify. Okay, cool. So yeah, it's loading up. It's making those changes we're looking to make. Should be done pretty quickly. You can also notice like it doesn't look like it got any information for the fashion images. Really only the movie? Yeah. Most of the updated images were only for the movies, but ideally referencing these APIs can get us a better, more accurate images and things like that. All right, so let's see what it's looking to have us reference for the fashion side of things. All right, so 80s through 2010s with rich metadata and no licensing hurdles. Yep, Metropolitan Museum of Art Collection API is most straightforward. Cool. All right, cool. So looks like we'll need to create an account with the Metropolitan Museum of Art Collection so we can reference that API. Okay. If you later need even broader CCO license holdings across multiple US museums, the Smithsonian Open Access API is a strong secondary option. Okay, so maybe the Smithsonian API might be a good reference that we can use. Noticing this has the Metropolitan Museum has 500,000 reference points, while the Smithsonian has 5 million. So yeah, we might want to just try the Smithsonian. I'm not sure why it's referencing the Metropolitan Museum first here, but yeah, we can find out. It's still loading up those changes for us though, getting things updated. So let's check it out. I'll move the new page structure with dedicated pages for movies, TV, music, and fashion. So it's starting to update those pages for us. Should be done pretty soon. All right, still loading that up. Yep. Yeah, so this is can't even test things out. I just want to make sure that the functionality is at least working, but they haven't added that much functionality yet. Once we get this API integration, we should be able to have really, really nice setups for each of these and have direct references where you can check out the popular music of that different era and actually it'll connect to Spotify where you can listen to that music. And same for the TV shows and movies. We can have direct links to check out that information. We can have rankings and genres. Maybe, for instance, you could have 80s romance comedies or things like that, or action movies from the 80s, have a whole list of Die Hard, Rambo, things like that. Just a good reference point. Cool, quick reference point for people to use. So, okay, so seems like for the 2000s, it was able to get a little bit more images in here. But the music portion still, yeah, it just hasn't updated yet. The Spotify API should help a lot with the updating, of the different music images at least. But this entire web, honestly, I would expect this website to look pretty much completely different once this update is done, because we're going for that design and we're adding the APIs in here. So it should just look a lot cleaner overall. Okay. So yeah, these are not clickable yet since those changes are taking place. Okay. All right. So let me just see what it's even referencing so far. So for music in the 70s, they have disco, punk rock, funk, and classic rock. Okay. So it'll be nice to have each of these linked to the most popular artists of that genre for that decade and have just maybe some cool informational points. You can gather some details on who these people were and why they were so popular at the time. Fashion, it does look like it's okay. We can definitely, this whole fashion portion will just need to be revamped completely. It's referencing like pieces of fashion for certain ones. Like bell bottoms is not really a fashion genre. It's more so just a piece of clothing. Platform shoes as well. Whereas I can tell emo fashion is more along the lines. That makes sense. I'm looking for more subcultures of fashion that we can add in here. Let's check out what we have so far though. Okay. So got the movies, fashion, music. I don't like how the music portion disappears for some reason when you click it, but it is pulling in a lot more detailed information. And we're in the 80s though, so it's not really updated correctly yet, but definitely progress here. So it says albums from the 80s, and then it has top artists pop up top. So we don't need this. Definitely don't need this top artist portion here, unless it's just top artists of the era. And these are albums from the 80s. Okay. Rocky 4 is all right. Let's see what happens when we click these. Not clickable yet. Still loading up those changes though. So yeah, we definitely wanted to just be able to reference, maybe even potentially just Billboard chart information just to see the most popular music from the eras. Okay, so this is updating at least. Okay, so this portion is functional yet, or functional now. It's still making those changes though for us. It's trying to evaluate as we go. Definitely need to get that fixed. For some reason, only music is disappearing when you click it. All right, so they haven't updated the movies and the TV shows yet, but I like how it's going. I like the direction it's going in with the design choice. Okay, we got fashion here. As expected, the fashion portion is pretty bare bones. We don't have an API reference yet for fashion yet, but we will. And then we have that home page, which is just super basic. Definitely needs to be updated a lot more. This home page is going to need to be just pretty much completely revamped. We can have popular for each era. You click on that home page, it should just show you the most popular of each, similar to what it looks like here, but just a lot better designed. I like this style. I like this style pretty much, but we can have things a little bit more updated. Let me see. So, okay, so it's saying it has completed those changes. Let's check it out. So the movie section is not populating data points, so that's something we can get resolved. I'm probably going to just focus on the movies / TV and the music section now, get these two completed. Then we can move on to the fashion portion, and we can do the home page last once we have all the data points to actually import into the home page. So I'll just note that the movies and TV section is not appearing correctly yet. So here, the movies / TV section is not importing data using the TMDB API database. So I'll just note exactly, we still need to reference this API to pull the information. Most likely it is referencing the information. It's just not showing on the front end yet. That happens all the time with Replit. It'll make changes, but it won't complete those so that the user will actually experience those changes that were made. But the music section is looking okay. It's looking okay for sure. Today, really the goal is I want to make this website look extremely high quality. Yeah, I think that'll be really nice just to have this looking very high quality and very specifically detailed. Since it's a nostalgia app, we don't need to worry necessarily as much about the functionality like I mentioned. Long as we can access all the movies and the TV shows and the music and have links to potentially maybe even purchase the fashion. Maybe we can even link to, we can think outside the box. Maybe if you check out the 90s, you see people were wearing starter caps or starter jackets, things like that. You can link to potentially eBay or something like that where you can see that genre or maybe some niche sites, things of that nature. But we just got to find out what we can do. Because it would be nice if, for instance, you were someone who wanted to dress like a certain era and you were able to find links to actually purchase this clothing that you were looking to buy. Well, it looks like, yeah, we need to censor. We definitely need to censor this portion a little bit more. But we have the 80s TV shows. Okay, so it's looking all right. We definitely need the genre sorted. Definitely need the genre sorted. But it's looking decent so far. And we need the most popular to show up at the top. So it should be able to reference some data points to see the most popular TV shows. It could possibly use rating systems. Oh yeah, we gotta censor this first. All right, so yeah, I'm not even gonna click through that movie section yet. Let's make sure this is censored. Okay, censor the movie/TV portion to verify that only I guess, yeah, up to R rated movies/shows are shown. Also add in a search metric so users can reference that users can reference. Okay. Genre A to Z, release date within the era. All right, so genre AZ, release date, and rating. Okay, yeah, that should be a general reference point for the search metrics. Okay. All right, so cool. Let's see what we get back from that. Should be pretty cool. Now let's check out the music section now. We don't have to worry about any crazy things showing up. All right, so looks like it has a decent reference of the albums. Not 100% sure on which albums came out when, but these look like they would be in the 70s. Seem like it's pretty correct. Okay. All right, so 90s, got Radiohead, Smashing Pumpkins, No Doubt, Green Day. Okay. And then they have the genres up here. So the genres are here for the music section, but we just need those genres to be specific for the actual era. It should only show different artists that existed in that area or were popular in that era. That's more specific, really. We just need the artists that were actually successful during that period of time. Some artists might have been older, like NWA technically has been around for a long time, but they should be in the 80s specifically. Let's see what we get back though. It's still loading those changes for us. Okay. Updating the movies TV page, filter and search functionality. Okay. Cool. Still loading. Gotta wait for that to finish though so we can go back. Definitely don't want to get caught in anything crazy with that. But yeah, this can the fashion portion is really gonna be, seems like that'll require the most fine-tooth comb. Really, we gotta make sure this is clean. But yeah, I'm thinking the fashion portion, we could just have different images of the time. So for instance, if you're looking at skinny jeans in the 2010s, it should have different references to popular people who were wearing those, or just overall just pleasing references and things like that, so you can feel nostalgic. That's the whole goal of this app, really, to catch that nostalgia feeling and find a way to really dive deeper into that nostalgia as much as you would like to. All right, cool. So it's adding the necessary imports and filtering UIs. All right, still loading up those changes for us. Okay. Ball is rolling though. Okay, cool. So we're about 40 minutes in. Some decent progress so far. The homepage though. Okay, so the homepage has been a little bit updated. Looks like, you see, yeah, Jurassic Park. Okay. Not completely, but it's a little bit of progress in there. It's still loading these changes for us. All right, so yeah, the Metropolitan Museum of Art Collection API. All right, so this is what we'll go for the fashion side of things, but let's wrap up the music and movies and TV first. Okay. Loading those changes. Okay. So it's adding a reset button, adding an import for button and add the reset. Okay. Yeah, so it's just editing some things and making some changes here. No big deal. Definitely want the design to go up though. The quality is just not there right now with the design, so definitely need to get that updated. The color coding is super just it makes sense, but it's just not it's not high enough quality yet. Okay, so we have a rating sorter right here. I noticed that it's missing the circle on the other end of that. So that's something I just noticed from the very beginning. I really like this style of sorting though. I really like this style of sorting. So let me see. Is it functional though? Okay, 0 to 7.8. Oh, okay, I get it. Because why would you want a less high rated movie? So that makes sense to me pretty much. But so we have between a 5. Let's check out between an 8.9 and a 10. Okay, and this is showing. See, this is pretty sure this is a TV show. Yeah, this is a TV show. So it's showing TV shows in the movie section. We can get that updated though, no big deal. And it's not allowing us to scroll to multiple sections yet. So we need to make sure the TV and the movies are segmented correctly. We need to add multiple pages on here. All right, so it's definitely not giving us a full scope of information as well. It's only 4 action movies here. Well, that is because 8.9 to 10. Okay. All right. Looks okay so far. Let's check out the TV show section. All genres. Okay. Are any movies showing up? I'm not seeing any movies here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any movies show up on this portion. So for some reason, it seems like the movie section is pulling in TV shows, but it's not working the opposite way yet. Or it's not working the opposite way. We definitely don't want it to be that way. So let's make sure. Let me see. We can change the way this rating system is working. I just don't like. I don't like having that set up this way. I like the idea of it, but I think it can be cleaner. The entire design honestly can be updated. So let's just focus on the design and let it make some of those specific changes on its own. Compare that, and then we can add more detail to the changes if we need to. Update the design to be more advanced and similar to Netflix style of design. Okay. Yeah, so let's go. I mean, Netflix is most popular movie website. And even if Netflix doesn't have the best design choices, it is the most popular choice for watching media online. So that means that people are familiar with the style that Netflix uses, which is good because subconsciously they can come to our site and it can feel a little bit more familiar than it would have. All right, so I'll redesign the movie and TV page to have a more advanced Netflix style interface, looking at the images you provide. All right, I can see the desired aesthetic. Okay, looks like it's updating those changes for us. I'm gonna step away really quick. Let me hit the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. Okay, back at it, back at it. All right, cool. So it's looking a little bit better so far. It minimized this portion. Okay. And let me see how that would look. This is how it would look more on a phone, which is, it's okay. It's okay. Let's add more details on here. Okay, redesign movies. Okay. It's saying it redesigned things with a more Netflix style interface, but not seeing that really yet. So let's get that banner up here. That's really something that Netflix is known for, and it adds a lot of value to the page. So let's get that in here. Add in a banner. A Netflix style banner that displays some of the most popular movies per era for each respective era. Okay, cool. So it should be able to get us a lot better design. This is okay so far. This is all right. It's pretty decent. This rating system portion definitely needs to be changed. This design can be a lot higher quality. Also, don't like this whole font style that they're using right now with that neon aesthetic, but we can get things updated though. So this is 2010s. Okay, these were 2010s. All right, man, time flies. That's crazy. All right, make sure. All right, cool. Yeah, so the movies are accurate per the genre, or not for the genre, for the era. Looks like it's correctly assigning those. It's not showing us any movies that are not in the correct rating. Let me see. We definitely need a lot more data pulled in though, for sure. It's only giving us a few movies per era. Looks like, which is interesting because it fills up per section that you go for. So it is getting us a lot of data, but it looks like it's only displaying what? Let me see. 6, 12, 18, 20. So it's only displaying 20. But it looks like it has a lot more behind the scenes potentially. Okay. So let me see. I'll add a banner component with navigation functionality and auto cycling. Now I'll add the Netflix style hero banner section. Okay, cool. So it's getting that changed for us, getting it updated. We can also have the carousels here for each genre, like Netflix as well. Yeah, that'll definitely look a lot nicer. I gotta get some of these removed though. All right, let me see. Okay. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Okay. Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Gotta segment this to, let's just segment this to PG-13 just to be safe, because for some reason it's defaulting towards like the worst options of movies. All right, so Shining. All right. Looks pretty nice so far. Looks pretty nice so far. We can get this updated though a lot better. It's working out though. Getting a decent template to build on. Okay. It's going with the correct popular movies as well. Let me see. And then TV shows. Okay, so we need the TV show section as well updated. Okay. But let's work on the movie section first so we can just let it know. Once we get the movie section fleshed out, we can just basically say transfer this style over to the TV section and should be able to update that as well for us. Yeah. Okay. So now we will add the carousels in here. Change this format so we can just have the genres in the carousel. Okay. Okay, so error. Change the layout of the movie display. Change the layout of the displayed movies. Actually, I'll just say media so it can potentially just add that for the TV section as well. All right, so change the layout of the displayed media to a carousel style used by Netflix. Okay, let me see. Okay, sorting the media by genre. By genre. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine for now. Let's see what we get back from that. We should get a good update and we can move on further. Add some more details or features from there. Yeah, I don't know why this rating area, this is just, maybe because it's light blue and it's the only light blue section of the page, really. Yeah, we need this updated though. Let me see. Okay, so when you click these, you get an option to play the trailer, add to favorites, get that release date shown in the description. Let's see. Still loading up those changes for us. Okay, okay. All right. So yeah, it looks like it just has an error that it's trying to get resolved really quick. Should be no big deal. And once we get this TV and movie section formatted correctly, we can pretty much say use this design style for the music section as well. So we can potentially just get an easier transition to the music section as well. The fashion section will be the one that we need to add a little bit more extra specific details in. I feel like that might be that could on one end that could require the most customization, but on the other end that could also add more value because of the customization. So could be a good thing. But we can just work on finding potentially a more popular fashion website and using that as a reference. Maybe Urban Outfitters or H&M or some popular website. Shouldn't be that big of a deal. Let me see where we at with these changes. Okay, it's creating the Netflix style carousel. All right, all right. And we still need to access that API so we can get that fashion information in here. Metropolitan Museum of Art collection. Okay. Okay, okay. So yeah, still working on getting those changes done. Let me see. You see if that main page loads for us. The movie TV section isn't loading yet. Okay. Yeah, this homepage, this will be the last thing we update, like I said, but yeah, there's a lot of potential here. I'm even seeing the opportunity to have each one of these sections be a carousel of the most popular forms of whatever aspect it would be. For fashion, it could be just the most popular fashion trends of that time. Music can be the most popular artists listed out in the carousel. Television, movies, pretty obvious. Yeah, most popular of each. All right, let me see. It's completing. It's still getting that updated for us. Okay. Yeah, the design can be updated so much. Like even how it has this solid square portion with the glow around it. We can do a lot here. We can do a lot here. For sure. All right. Still getting those changes. Okay. Let me just make sure it's at least showing us the correct information still. Okay. Yeah, so the plan will definitely be to have the top artists just be related in general to the era. We don't really need genres for the popular artists. I think the genres should be more for the albums or below that, but at the very top, we should just have the most popular of the era for sure. Because every era will have different genres that are more or less popularized. So just having the most popular artists, you'll definitely get the best results, I feel like. Okay, let me check out those changes. All right. So we have the carousel here. Not transitioning though. The arrows don't seem to be working. And they're not I can't even click this arrow. I can click. Yeah, so we can get this fixed a little bit more. Okay. But I like how it's working. Got action, comedy, drama, sci-fi, horror, romance. Okay. So we can add in another 5 genres per each. And the carousels need to be resolved. So we can start with the carousels being updated. Okay, let's get that done. As always, just copy and paste the section you want updated and note that change directly to Replit. Okay. Update the, or no, let me just let it know the carousels are not able to slide on the desktop. Carousels are not working on desktop. All right, so we caught that image, but I also want to try and catch a more direct image of that arrow portion. See, it's not even coming up. I'm not even sure how to make that button show up. All right, no big deal. Let's just get it like this. Be fine. Okay, so the carousels are not working on desktop. Boom. Should get that changed for us and updated. After this, we're going to add in 5 more genres, have at least 10 in total. Feel like that'll look pretty decent. And we're going to add in some more popular media in between these carousels. Like, for instance, we can have 3 or 4 carousels, then we can have a banner of maybe like the Terminator, for instance, or Back to the Future. We can just have a more popularized IP just to stylize the page a little bit more, have it look a little bit more specific, a little bit more clean. Yeah, I can see a lot of potential for this though. This can look really nice by the time we're done. It will look really nice by the time we're done. Excuse me. All right, so yeah, still getting those carousel changes updated. And let's just think what we will add in next. Okay, so all right, still loading those changes. Yeah, but that header definitely still needs to be updated for the music section. Yeah, still getting those changes updated for us. Okay. So let's reference ChatGPT. Let's see what ChatGPT would recommend that we design the fashion side as, because right now there's a wide range of options for us. So how would you recommend designing the fashion portion of the Nostalgia app being created? And I'll just note, use this PRD and mockup to reference the app. All right, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and drop in that same PRD and mockup image that we use to actually generate the app with Replit, just so ChatGPT can have a great idea of what we're building. And let's see what ChatGPT recommends for that fashion portion. Okay. Let me see. All right, cool. So this section is working now. So the size is misconfigured, but it is functional. Let me see. Okay. All right, so let me just note that. Make sure. All right, cool. Just wanted to make sure the site wasn't zoomed in or anything like that. All right. Yeah, it looks decent. Looks decent and it's functional. Let's get this resized really quick. Okay. Error. The carousel is oversized. All right, cool. Let's get that updated really quick. We can move forward. Let's see what ChatGPT recommends though. Okay, so recommends adding we already have the fashion tab. Okay, decade segmented, yeah, for sure. Trend card list, layout, vertical list of cards, yeah. Okay, nothing new there. Detail, drill in view. Tapping a card slides up, full screen detail view. Yeah. 2 or 3 sentences of origin, cultural context, image carousel of 3 to 5 archive photos. I like that section. Yeah, we definitely need those photos in here. Related carousel at the bottom linking to adjacent trends. Okay. Pretty generic, to be honest. Not really the quality I was looking for, but timeline explorer. Okay, let's look at H&M. H&M. Can never find that and symbol. All right, cool. So H&M, let's check it out. All right, so I'm already noticing this quality is very, very high. Yeah, I assume they would have a really nice site. I love this design choice with the automatically playing trailer at the top, or a trailer like commercial. This is really nice. This is really nice. I can see this per genre, or not per genre, per decade. Like we can have an 80s, 90s, 2000 section, and each one of these can have this style of aesthetic that can really add a lot of value. We might want to actually add the women's and men's section as well, just because fashion choices will be different per. But we might not though. We might not. We might just keep that the same. But this is a great reference, I think, for the fashion section. So that would be a good tool to use. Let's see what we have so far though. Okay, so it has everything resized correctly now. All right. Looking nice. Looking nice. Okay, so now we want to add in. Okay, so it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Add a total of 20 different genres, with each with its own carousel. 20 different genres, each with their own carousel. Okay, so now we're adding in more carousels in here just to get a longer range. And after this, we're going to make sure that we have the more popular franchises shown with their own banners in between these different portions of the page. Okay. All right, all right. Still loading. All right, cool. So yeah, we can get that update completed and we can keep the ball rolling. I'm liking it so far. This is looking a lot more what I was envisioning in my mind. Content filtering R and below, no adult content. We don't need this banner here. We don't need that banner there, as always, or as it was in the beginning. This music portion, for some reason, is specifically not showing when you click it. So we need that fixed. We need the different individual IPs to show up in between these. So if there's 20 different carousels, per each 4 carousels, we can have a larger banner that shows the specific media. Like we have a Back to the Future portion. For the 80s, we can have a Back to the Future portion, a Terminator portion, maybe Lethal Weapon or something like that. Maybe a Scarface one. But it can just be designed a little bit cleaner. And it just adds more personality. All right, let me see. Looks like it got that 20 added in like we were requesting. Mystery, sports. I don't think Scarface is a sports genre. Let's see what we get though. Still loading up those changes for us though. All right, I can see all 20 carousels are now loading successfully. Okay. Okay, let me make sure these are looking accurate so far. Crime, thriller, animation. Okay, cool. Cool. Family, adventure. Well, I guess Karate Kid is a family movie as well as an adventure movie, but do we really want the same? The design, but I don't know. Let's worry about that later. I don't really want these to look like they're mirroring each other, so we can get that updated. Fantasy. We can look like these genres can be a little bit more narrowed down so far. War, historical. Looks like they're lining up for the most part though. This is not accurate though. This is not accurate. So let's get these banners added in though. Now see if the genres get updated while we add in the banner. So Funimation. No, I think it's called Crunchyroll. Yeah, I got the inspiration for the different sub banners in here from this. They have clean setups. So this is a news section, I guess. All right. And then they have these watch nows. Okay. So I guess we can note add more versatility between the carousels for more cleaner design. I like this. We can have these styles as well as a news portion as well. Yeah, it could be cool. It could be cool. All right, cool. So first thing, let's catch this. Now let's get a little bit more specific image. Okay. All right, cool. So boom. Okay. Let's catch a couple references for Replit to use. Okay. Okay, and I will just let it know. Use crunchyroll.com as a reference to stylize the movies and TV portion between each four, I guess 4 carousels. Here they have pretty much one, then a banner, another one. Okay. Let's just say 3. No, actually, let's just go with 2. Let's go with 2. Okay, so use Crunchyroll as a reference to stylize the movies and TV portions between each 2 carousel rows. Okay. The design should add more personality to the page. Okay, cool. So it's pretty vague, but I feel as though that's why I like to use screenshots every time I make a change, because it's more so a representation of what we're looking for. All right, cool. I'll add a Crunchyroll inspired design elements between carousel rows to give the page more personality and visual interest. Cool, cool, cool. So it looks like it's understanding what we need. Potentially this could update the genres to be more accurate, but if not, we can get that tweaked slightly, and we need to make sure that we can actually link to media for each of these movies and TV shows respectively. Okay, optimizing agent memory. All right, looks like it's getting that change done for us. It's creating a promo banner. Okay. Check out this page a little bit more, see what we have here. What happens when you click these? No animation. Just gives you images. All right, all right, all right. Okay. So this could be, I don't know if I want to use this design. I like the home page that they have. I like the home page they have here. I think our fashion page should be a lot more stylized and a lot more animations and just cool designs, because I mean it's just fashion, right? So adding a higher quality to it can add more, whereas the movies and TV shows, you can actually watch them. Can work on getting links to actually purchase different fashion trends from the previous decades, or have links to different sites that might have good quality content related. But for now, I think we should just make sure it looks really, really nice and has good information for people to know what people were wearing during that era. Okay. Promotional banners are not rendering between carousel rows. All right, looks like it's getting that change done for us. See the results. Yeah, Crunchyroll is a really nice style. And then what happens when you view all? Let's see. It's locking up. Yeah, page isn't loading. My internet still good? Or? Yeah, it looks like the internet's good. Okay. Loading up those changes for us. Yeah, it looks like my internet might be struggling a little bit. It's active. See what we get. Might have to dig into my network engineer bag and test some things. Huh. Okay. Let's refresh the pages. Make sure these are still populating. Oh, it might be my browser having some issues. Huh. Yeah, let me let it do its thing for a second, man. Looks like it's just having a loading problem. Wow, crashed on me. Wow. Okay. All right, we're good. We're back in it. We're back in it. Okay. So it added some banners in here for us. Discover classics. All right. So we definitely need actual references to media in these sections, but I like the style. I like the style. Oh, okay. So it's kind of referencing. No, it's not referencing what's in these. And it didn't update the genres also. So what we will go ahead and do is catch a screenshot of one of these and note that we need the actual popularized movies to display per each portion. Okay. We want actual media to display in the banner portions, similar to Crunchyroll. Okay. We want actual media to display in the banner portion, similar to Crunchyroll style. All right, cool. Should be an easy fix. All right. These are giving us a brief little breakdown. Like I said, we need the links to actually watch these movies from here. Still got to update the... Okay, so it did remove... All right, remove that ugly rating scroll through section. So that's gone. That's cool. All right. It's looking decent so far. Looking pretty decent. Okay. All the movies look accurate for the era. These genres need to be a little bit more curated, but so far so good. How far are we in? We are like pretty much an hour in. It's pretty decent. All right, so it's understanding that change. All right, cool. Let me get some more ideas while we wait. Okay, so this design is okay. I love this. I love this. I love these two being directly underneath. But the lower portion, I'm not really feeling it as much. I feel like this style should be directly under those big images. So we can just copy and paste. We can combine those two together to create our own design. Yeah, because this isn't even functional. These don't do anything until you click them. Okay, no big deal. Let's see if we got those changes. All right, the changes should be completed. Let me check it out. All right, cool. This is okay. Not really what I was going for. I really want to just, I really want one popular movie to be displayed per each of these. I feel like that'll add a lot more value, and it just, yeah, give a little bit more nostalgia. Okay. Each banner should display one of the popularized IPs of that era. Say, yeah, one of the popularized IPs of the era and similar to Crunchyroll. Design. Not multiple. Not multiple. Yeah, I'll just say not multiple because it's still updating for the TV show section as well. All right, still loading those changes for us. Okay. All right. Yeah, so we can't go to that TV page yet. Still loading those changes for us. Love this top section. These look nice. This is getting revamped. Need to add more functionality, but let's get this baseline set up pretty quick before we add that. It's looking decent so far though. Check out the music section as well. Still, okay, it's still the same, no changes, but it's still working. Cool. Still need these segmented per error. Yeah, these still need to be updated, but the music page, that's next. So we're gonna have movies and TV, music. This will be pretty straightforward. Movies and TV, we're getting good progress on that. And that fashion section, like I said, that'll be the real one that we can add more value to. This is okay. We can let's expand this a little bit more though and add a quick little bio as well. All right, so we got Scarface, Coming to America, Akira, classic. All right, Batman, Gandhi. These are all right. These make sense. It's picking up. What we're putting down so far. Let's get a little bit more quality to this though. Okay. So make the banners larger and display a brief bio, a brief description about the media, about the displayed media. Okay. So we're getting close on that though. It's definitely looking better. I like how I have that image in the background. This needs to be clickable still, but it does have that rating and the year it came out. It's fitting. Okay. It says, hey, I just discovered your stream. Professional software engineer. Hey, appreciate it. Hey, glad you're watching. Appreciate you. Yeah, but it's going pretty well so far. Let's check out the other errors though, see what they got. All right. So 90s, they got Titanic showing, Forrest Gump, Lion King. Okay, nice. Yeah, they just got that update for us in real time. Nice. All right, cool. So last thing we need to add here is just make it clickable. Same as this is clickable. For sure. It's looking pretty decent so far though. Okay. Test the large banner and movie descriptions. All right, getting that updated for us. And after this, we just need to get those links so that we can actually connect to each of these different forms of media. Let's check out TV section. Oh yeah, TV section still not updated yet. Okay. Still need to get that set up. Okay. All right. No big deal. Okay, so yep, had that change completed for us. Let's just let it know that we need to have these clickable. Okay. So I'm gonna highlight the full banner, and I'm also gonna highlight the actual individual image, so we can know exactly what we need updated. Okay. Each of the images displayed on the banners should be clickable and function as if the user clicked the media on the carousel. Cool. All right, so that should get updated for us pretty easily. Then we just need to pretty much, once this is completed, I'll just say transfer this entire design style over to the television section also. And it should be able to just get that done in one sweep for us. Still need to get this removed. The music button does not display once you click it for some reason. What else? We still need to add the functionality so we can access every individual piece of media. For sure. We could add a link where we could add the trailer to actually display here, but I don't know. We might not need that in. That might not really add that much value. Okay, so these are clickable now. Nice. I love, man, this looks really clean. Cool. All right, so it's testing the clickable banner. Yeah, we know that's working out where it should. So let's transfer the style over to the television section. Okay. All right, it's loading up those changes. For us. Okay. Let's get this set up. All right, cool. See what we got. All right. Yep, functionalities there. Basics are still in line. Let's get this transferred over to the television section. Okay. Transfer the design to extend to the television portion as well. All right, cool. So this should be able to get that completely transferred over for us. This fashion section is definitely gonna, yeah. This could either end up being the best or the worst section, but we're gonna make it the best. And that homepage, of course, we definitely need this updated. I'm thinking we could have this portion of the page pretty much function like the movie section. Far as it'll list a couple of movies, maybe 2-3 carousels for each movies and television. Music it could have a carousel of the most popular artists and the most popular albums of that era. On different carousels, maybe 2 for each, maybe 1 for each. We can just see how it looks. The fashion section though, yeah, again, that's going to take some creativity on that one for sure. All right, so now I create a TV promotional banner component. All right, cool. It's loading up that change. Nice. Okay. Let me see if we can even get to that page because it was causing an error before. Yeah, it's still giving us that error message. Okay. It's good to know. This is fully functional though so far. It's looking pretty nice. We also got to make sure these genres are specific and related correctly to the correct genre. No, we had Scarface in the sports section and Top Gun and things like that. So yeah, we can narrow that down a little bit. Okay. I like the genre choices it went with though. It makes sense. Okay, cool. These background images work for sure too. Okay. Yeah, it's decent progress. About an hour and a half in, a little bit less. Okay. Nice. Okay. Yeah, everything's working pretty good so far. Still loading those changes in. Let me see where we're at. Now add the TV carousel queries and replace the TV section. Okay, cool. It's getting that process for us. Okay. Pretty much at the end of this TV movie section for the most part. Just need to make sure we can link to the actual movies. Okay. Let me see. Replace the old TV section with a new carousel based layout. Okay, cool. It's working out. Okay. So let's see what ChatGPT is recommending us to do for the fashion section. So decade segmented controls. Oh yeah, this whole portion is pretty much generic, but yeah, it didn't really have any creative ideas for us. We can work things out though. So we have H&M here. Let's check out Prada. What's Prada look like? Okay. It's pretty similar. So it looks like this is the style that fashion brands go with, right? They have that trailer up top and they link to a couple of popularized items. Okay, this has 2 trailers back to back though. I like this. Yeah, I like this design a lot. So we're gonna use this for our fashion portion. And I know there's also a lot of catalogs of different fashion eras and things like that. Just through the fashion industry, all the different models and things like that. It should be a good amount of reference data for us to get. We just need to find the right API. Okay. Let's see if that updated for us. Okay, cool. Is this I guess this is, yeah. Let's go to 2010s, check that out. Okay, so got This Is Us, Puzzles and Dragons. Maybe they could use more popular media. I've never heard of any of these. But let's check these genres. Family, mystery, reality. Okay. Genres make sense. Genres make sense. Everything's still functional, clickable. It's working okay. All right, so yeah, we just need to add the link so we can actually watch this different media. Okay. Let's use this as a reference point. Okay. Add in actual links to watch the media once clicked. Yeah, I probably could have phrased that better, but it should work. It should work. Let's check it out. Okay. So once we get that, it'll be pretty cleaned up here. We can isolate these genres a little bit more, have a little bit more specifics in here, but that's no big deal to be real. And we're on a roll, so I'm really trying to dive into that music section. We have all the data points here, but we just need to get this cleaned up. I'm thinking maybe this whole section right here is not showing us relevant artists per era. So we can gut this out, replace it with top artists of the era, and just have like maybe top 10. We're also going to use carousels as well, because those carousels just add a lot of value and allow us to save space. The carousels also are great for the phone, because you can just slide through them. Okay. Yeah, so the genres work, but we can lower the genres down here for the albums and things like that. But at the top for each era, the different genres, every era has different popularized genres of music. So we don't really need to worry about the genre for the most popular artists of that era. Okay. Now I'll create a watch now button component. All right, cool. So it's adding that into it. Okay. See that more info, add to list section. Okay. All right, cool. Couple different options. I'd rather this be a drop down though. Possibly. No, actually it makes sense. It makes sense like this, because you might just have, there's no reason to add an extra button to click on this. And if you know what service you have, then you don't really need to worry about a drop down, right? Okay. So that's completed loading. Let me refresh the page just to make sure the links are updated and we can test out one of these. Okay. What does that do? Okay, it gives you the access point to get to the page. Okay. All right. So it works. Let's test out a little bit more. I'm assuming that Scarface isn't on all of these platforms, but I don't know. Let's find out. Yeah, this isn't this isn't correct. All right, so let's test a little bit more. All right, so Prime Video worked. I know it's definitely not going to be on Disney Plus. Okay, so it looks like this can be curated a little bit better with these links for sure. And what does the trailer button do? Not functional yet. Okay, so instead of a trailer button, let's add the actual trailer video embedded into here, and we can put that right under the banner portion. Because if you're on this page, you might just be looking for movies of a certain era or TV shows of an era, but you might not actually be familiar with them. So being able to watch that trailer adds a lot of value. And it's always, the goal is to put everything on the same access point. We don't want people to keep having to click off of the page or things like that. So I'll just note, replace the, put that in quotes, the watch trailer button with an embedded trailer. Okay. Directly below the overview and above the ratings. Above the overview section and below the rating section. Okay, cool. And I'm gonna catch a second screenshot just so we can be a little bit more specific. Okay. Yeah, that should get a little bit more specifics for us. Just make sure it puts things in the right place. So we got those trailers embedded. We have functional links to go watch the media. But we can clean this up for sure. But for now, the fact that we have functional media links is cool. And we can just build from that a little bit later. Seems like Prime Video is the best access point. Let's see. Netflix wasn't functional. It just went to a login page, but that could be multiple things though. It could be the link sends you to the homepage, or it could just be you need to log into Netflix to even access it. So let me check though. Ghostbusters. Yeah, so it always goes to that homepage. Okay, try one more just to verify. All right, so we got the trailers embedded. It's unavailable to play. Might be still updating though. I like that though. That's a lot cleaner. That's a lot cleaner. You still get that image up top. And it gives you something to check out before you click the link to go actually watch it. Okay. Pretty decent. Search on YouTube. Trailer not available. Search on YouTube. Okay. So it can link though. Let me see. Let's try that one more time. Don't want to get too hung up on that because YouTube has a lot of security mechanisms to prevent people from checking things out without logging in. So that might be a security metric that they added in. They change their security all the time for real. So let me see. I just note the trailers are not auto playing. Reference the TMDB if needed to find accurate trailers. Or another capable API. I'll just note that we can use a different API if needed. TMDB, in my experience, has not been able to get all of the trailer information I've been looking for in the past. So I'll see if Replit can recommend us a different API to use if this one isn't going to work. So far, it's looking pretty decent, though. It's looking pretty decent. It's okay. Okay. Yeah, so it's giving us trailer not available for pretty much all of these. We could always roll back, though. We might... it might just not be worth it to add in the trailers, honestly. Like, sometimes it's just not worth it. But let's find out, though. Never hurts to try. And if I wasn't doing all of these apps and as fast as possible with only automation, then I would definitely be looking for other methods to embed the trailers in. If this app is one of the ones that we end up actually launching, we'll definitely want to make sure those trailers are embedded correctly. Yeah, none of these are connecting. Okay. So now it's checking out that API to see if we can get those trailers correctly added in. Okay, let me add the trailer API endpoints. Okay, cool. It's processing that request. All right, so let's check it out. Let me see. Just want to make sure, yeah, none of these are populating. Okay, let me try Apple TV. Let me see where that goes. Yeah, this isn't correct. So Prime Video seems like a good reference for us. So for now, since we're just trying to knock this out as soon as possible, let's just make sure we can get the functionality to actually access this media and remove all the different links except for Prime Video for now. Okay. Need to update the module to pass the item ID. All right, cool. So it's updating the way that the API is referenced so we can get the trailers added in, hopefully. Yeah, I love this. Even the way it zooms in slightly, it looks really, really clean. Really clean. The images it references are really nice too. Okay. It's getting that updated for us. Okay, and I'm really trying to get into that other portion. Okay, so yeah, that security feature with YouTube It's killing it. So it is referencing the correct information, but you just need to log in. So we can add a feature to be able to log in or things like that with YouTube, or it can inspect if you are logged in, or we can have a baseline account, pretty much an anonymous account that we can factor in. But for now, it's no big deal. Let's just add some more functionality. Let's get all these buttons removed besides Prime Video so we can dive into the music portion. Get that section fleshed out. Okay. Remove all links to watch the media outside of Prime Video. Cool. So that should be not a problem at all. And let's start checking out the music section. Okay, like I said, we want to replace this with the popular artist per era. We can move this genre section directly below, and that can be segmented for the albums. So basically at the top, we can have popular artists of era. Below that, we can have a genre section where we can choose the genre, and it'll show you the different artists and albums, each on a different carousel. So that'll be pretty cool. Okay. Let's make sure that was done correctly. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, so it cleaned that up a little bit for us. Watch on Prime. And yep, look, yeah, it looks like Prime pretty much has everything that we would need. All right, cool. Let's get this updated. All right, cool. So what we're gonna do is, first thing I'm gonna do is say redesign the music page to fit the aesthetic of the movies and TV section. Okay, cool. So yeah, this should be able to update for us and get a cleaned up music section. Also, having that reference point is always really valuable. That's why I like to flesh out one page as much as possible before we move on. All right, we still need this section removed because we don't need any movies. This isn't that type of website. We're not having any movies on here or TV that's not within the R rating max. But yeah, it works. The sign-in section, we definitely need to get that updated. But once we do, that trailer will look really nice right here. Okay. And I'm assuming for the trailer section, we could probably log in to YouTube using the API that we're using to get the information. And that might be the situation that we're dealing with, because I am logged into YouTube on this account technically. So this browser does have access, but it's not referencing. Okay. All right, cool. Let's see if it has that updated for us. No, it's still loading up. All right. So I'll completely redesign a music page to match the movies and TV page structure. Let me replace the entire content with a Netflix style carousel. Cool. Nice. Yeah, this looks pretty clean so far though. Pretty clean. Okay. What does this add to list? Oh yeah, okay. So we haven't added the user account section yet, but we definitely can add that in as well. So you can save all your favorite movies or TV shows or media in general. I think that'll be really nice. Need to complete the music page replacement. Let me fix the syntax. Okay. Cool. All right. Looks like, yeah, the app crashed while it's just getting those changes updated for us. Let me check out more about how this is designed. This is a sleek design. I just feel like this site isn't really, I haven't seen any fashion website that actually looks really high quality. This looks okay. Looks pretty good. I really like this section with the different colorway choices. This is clean too. This is clean actually. It's clean. Okay. I just feel like more information can be added here. Like we shouldn't need to just click away to get to these different sections. Should just be able to scroll down a lot more and have more details, but we can get to there later. All right, still updating that music section. Let me see. All right. Yeah, it's still getting that updated for us. Okay. Okay. All right, let's check it out. Let's see what they have so far, if we can access that. Okay. Lot better. Lot better. A lot better. All right, cool. And this does have Spotify integration, so we will be able to actually link to the actual artist pages on Spotify. So that'll be really cool. Play on Spotify, add to favorites. Yeah, this is a cool design. It's a cool design. We definitely need to make sure that there's only artists per era that are showing. But that shouldn't be a big deal. This top portion is clean, actually. I was about to say we can maybe add more imagery representing the artists of the era, but I like it though. I like it. It's simple. Yeah, we definitely need these genres updated for sure. All right, cool. So let me catch that screenshot really quick. Let it know we need to update the filtering. Okay, copy that, paste that here, error, update, typo. Okay, update the filtering to only display artists that per decade, per respective decade. Yeah. Okay, cool. Should be able to get updated for us pretty quick and get this cleaned up. Yeah, that's the value. Once we get that, it's really a snowball effect with Replit. Once you get that foundation built, everything else is just a lot easier. Like by the time we get to this home, that's why I'm doing the home page last. By the time we get here, it's going to be very, very clean. Very clean. We need this section updated too, but that's a little bit of the cleanup portion. Okay. Let me see where we're at. It's still getting that updated for us. Okay. So we got albums from the 80s here. Looks like that's processing that request. Okay. And I'm sure this is going to look amazing on the phone. Looks cool on desktop, but on the phone, this is really going to be clean. All right. So no current endpoints. All right, cool. It's just getting that updated for us pretty much. Let me see. What other features do we need in? Yeah, see, these images or these videos are pretty nice. We could possibly add our own looping videos so that Replit can reference those for the fashion portions, but goal is definitely to automate 100% of this. I haven't had to write one line of code, haven't had to specify anything at all so far, so trying to make sure that's the whole process. Let me see. Okay. So this is empty. I'm not sure if that's a bug or what, but let me see. Okay, so it has an arrow here, so I'm assuming that this is supposed to be displaying different images that we can rotate through. All right, make sure. All right, so none of them are. Okay, cool. So we have albums right here. And we can just update, let it know that this portion isn't displaying. I'm assuming that it's supposed to be showing different pieces of artists right here. Let's get that updated though. Okay. Paste that in. Error. Update the... let me just note the banner is not displaying any information. Okay. Cool. All right, so it should be a clean update, easy update. It's going for different genres of music, it looks like here on carousels. I just want to make sure that the functionality is there before we start editing what it's supposed to be displaying. Okay. Let me see. This banner is clean. I like this. And it's also rotating through 4 different artists, looks like. Okay. And the albums are lining up correctly. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty clean. Pretty clean so far. These buttons aren't functional yet, so we can add that functionality in. 2010s. Yeah, it's displaying. It looks like the most popular. Not necessarily the most popular. I'm not sure how it's sorting these out. Yeah, I'm not sure how it's sorting these out. It looks like it's pulling in pretty popular albums, but it's not necessarily sorted directly by the most popular. But I like what it's going with. I like the references. Still getting that change updated for us. Okay. Let me check if the promotional banner is displaying. All right, cool. It's still working on getting that updated for us. Let's see what we have. I guess it's still making that update. Just want to make sure we don't get caught in a loop. We've been cruising pretty smoothly through this project, but I'm always paranoid that a loop will show up because that'll really just cause major issues. Yeah, so this is it's not displaying correctly, but what we will go ahead and do is change what should be displayed here, just so we can change. I don't even want it to even possibly attempt to do what it just tried, because whatever it tried didn't make any changes, and I'm not sure if it's making changes behind the scenes that we're not seeing on our end. Okay, so revamp the let me catch a second screenshot just to be more specific. Okay. Revamp the screenshot portion of the music page to display the most popular artists of the respective genre, or no, respective era. I'll just say decade. Okay, cool. So should be able to get all of that section out and just replace it with the most popular artists of that decade, and that'll make things look a lot cleaner. We don't necessarily need them on a carousel, so let's see what it does, and then we can edit it a little bit. But it would be nice to have maybe top, I don't know, maybe 15, maybe 20 artists, just have it laid out more directly. Because the goal is to have someone not familiar with this decade be able to go to the movie section or music section or fashion section eventually and just click an error and see what people were experiencing during that period of time without any previous knowledge. So I'm liking how the movie section is and TV show section. This works, right? So if you never were experienced with the 80s movies, you could really go here and check out each genre and see the popular movies of that period of time or TV shows also. So this works, but the music section, not quite there yet. And like I said, fashion will require the most creativity, really. Loading top artists of the 80s. Okay. You see. So yeah, it looks like it's adding in the routes so we can access that information from Spotify's API now. So should be good pretty soon here. Also, this top portion is now displaying the music portion correctly, so that's nice. Each one of these has a different colorway for the most part. Okay. Let me see. Okay, now I'm updating the new music page to use the top artist. All right, cool. Still loading up those changes for us. Okay. And this home screen. Wonder how we'll design this. This entire thing is gonna just need to be gutted and replaced. The aesthetic is just it's not working. But I'm thinking you could click each genre and have like 2-3 rows playing the most showing the most relevant information for movies and TVs, and then music. popular artists and then popular albums listed. So you don't have to actually go to each section individually if you don't feel like it. You can just go to that home page and see the best of the best. All right, cool. So I can see the new endpoint is working and returning data. Now let me check if there's any console errors by viewing the music page. Okay, cool. Let me check it out. Stuck loading. Okay. So it's interesting. It's saying it should be showing the top 8 artists. All right, cool. So looks like it might just be a quick bug. Let's just get this resolved. Just let it know we're not seeing the information we're expecting. I only like to try, whenever it displays the same results, when you try and make a change, I only really try that 3 times before I just go in a completely different direction to change up the AI. Because that's a good way I found to get out of a loop. Okay, so the page is not loading the requested information. Okay, cool. See what we get. See what we get. All right. Loading up those changes for us. I see the issue. Page is stuck loading. Spotify API not returning artist data properly. Okay, cool. So yeah, it just needs to update how it's asking for that Spotify API information, which is nice though, because that means we didn't max out the API data access or anything like that. Looks like it just needs to edit how we're pulling the information, which is weird because we're seeing the album show up, but these might be static because they're not changing or loading or anything like that for us every time we go to the page. Yeah, they're always here. Do they update per error? Yeah, they update per error. Okay. Okay. Issue is cache is still okay. So it was caching incorrect data. All right. So it's showing us the artist. I like this design style pretty much. It could be cleaned up a little bit, but yeah, gotta resize it. Make sure that these flex correctly. But we also need to make sure the correct artists of the error are showing. Okay. It's still making updates though. You see. Yeah, we just need to make sure this size is correct. And I'm not even gonna address the size yet. I'm gonna just catch a screenshot and let it know that we need to make sure the correct artists per error are showing. And I'm assuming it'll most likely just update the sizing also. Let me see. Yeah, let's get that done now. The change has been completed. Okay. All right. So as always, just copy and paste that screenshot. The errors are not showing the correct artist. Or no, actually, let's just say the correct artists are not displaying per error. Per error. Okay, cool. Let's see how this goes. And with that screenshot, Replit is actually going to look at these screenshots like a human being would look at them. So it should be able to understand that the design is not displayed correctly. All right, cool. So let's see what it gave us. Page is showing modern artists, which is completely incorrect. This happened because Spotify genre searched without year filters. Okay, cool. So looks like it found out how to fix that for us, and it should be updated pretty soon. Cool. All right, and it also looks like it updated more of these carousels for us. Okay. So yeah, it's not segmenting correctly per error yet. These are just all artists in general, but it shouldn't be no big deal now that it understands that problem to get things updated. And if it didn't fix this design section here, we can get this updated, but I like the design pretty much so far though. Outside of just that technical issue with the images being cut off, I think it looks pretty clean. All right, so we are in the 80s and pop legends, Michael Jackson, Madonna, Whitney Houston, Phil Collins. Okay. Let's make sure the most popular artists per era are showing though, because that's really it. I don't want anybody to even need to scroll down from this portion. This is below the actual genre selection screen or genre selection portion, so we might want to move this up. But I don't know. It looks pretty good like this so far. Might not be needed to update that. Let me see. Okay, so we still need to get that design updated, but it is displaying the artists up here. There's a couple technical changes that we can make, like making sure that these icons of each era don't really need to be updated every time we click the page. You see this loading portion, not really needed. We can just have this static so it never changes because the era is already completed, so it's not going to be a new popular artist of that era, right? So, but let's get this design updated. Error, the images are being cut off for the popular artists, for the icons portion of the page. All right, cool. So should be able to get that updated for us. And then I won't worry about caching the most popular artist section right now. That's not really a big deal. That's something we can work on later. Just trying to get that functionality added in correctly. All right, cool. So these bottom artists names are not showing here, so we need to get that portion updated as well. Let me see. Okay. The 2000s is also only showing 6 artists for some reason. All right. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do is get these the names properly showing. And let me see, are they showing the correct artists? Okay. Oh wow, it already resized that for us. Okay, a little bit smaller than I would like. Yeah, a little bit smaller than I would like. We can increase the size a little bit, but let's see what we got back though. It might be still updating. Yeah, it's still loading up those changes. Okay, we're getting rate limited now. See, that's the value of adding in that caching. We don't have to worry about rate limiting from the API. We can just have that image stored locally, or the information stored locally. But that's something we'll definitely add on the back end. All right, so saying that was updated correctly. A little bit small though. Let me see. Yeah, we can get that size increased a little bit, but I like that shading it's giving us. Looks pretty decent. Let me let it know the image is a little bit too small. Then we'll add the functionality so we can actually access these artist Spotify pages. Okay. Are displaying a little bit slightly too small. Let me say slightly too small. Don't want it to increase the size too much. But let's make sure these are updated correctly. So, yep, we are in the 90s. Okay, so it's not giving us enough options to fill up the carousel. It's giving us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Yeah, it's giving us 7. 7, that's giving us 5. Yeah, so we need more. We definitely need more. And it has the albums of the 90s are a little bit too low. It seems like it's focusing more on artists. So we can go for popular albums as well. Yeah, it shouldn't be a big deal there. But I don't know, I'm trying to think, like, there might not be enough artists per these different genres to properly fill out these carousels correctly. Like, there's only 3. No, there should be. There's definitely more than this. So let's just see if we can expand the amount per genre. Yeah, we can get that updated for sure. And for some reason, it's only having a problem with loading this top portion, these are already loaded. So it seems like these are static, but this portion is being called every single time. Maybe that's because this section of the page is above this section. It might be just the way the page is loading, something like that. This size looks pretty good. This size looks pretty good. It works. It works for sure. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. It's good enough. All right, let's make sure we can fill out these carousels. All right, so once we get these carousels filled up, we can make sure that we can actually access the actual artist pages of Spotify from here. Okay. The carousels do not have enough don't have enough artists / albums. Okay. All right, and what are we even pulling up? We have pop legends, rock legends, hip hop icons. Then we have a banner here. I like this banner style. Then we got electric, R&B. All right, so we got genres, but they're all artists. So I think it would be nice to have each section list the artists and then have the albums below them. Okay, so instead of worrying about the carousels not having enough, let's just change what information is being displayed. Okay, so I'll catch that screenshot. Always good to catch the URL in the screenshot. Excuse me. So error, revamp the carousel. Revamp the carousel's data to display the display 2 rows per I guess not genre necessarily. What would that be called? Per label. Let's just say label. One for the artist related and one below for albums. Okay, cool. Yeah, ideally that'll give us more information as well, but if not, then we can get that changed. But if we're already changing what's displayed in these carousels, there's no real reason to go step by step on that. I'm assuming that'll give us more information to work with. Make sure these are working too. Yeah, this is working fine. Okay. Then it has albums from the 90s at the bottom. I like this being at the bottoms. I like this being at the bottom, but we could also have one for artists of the 90s or per genre, per decade. Yeah, that'll work. And we have one banner? Okay, we have two. We have two. Okay. Okay, so there's a couple. There's three. There's three in total, it looks like, for the banners. Definitely could see redesigning these banners to reference each of these different sections. Okay, so they got it added in. Okay. Pop legends. Rock legends. Okay. All right. Still updating those changes for us. We don't have the album showing for electronic yet or R&B. But it's cruising though. It's working pretty well so far. And we're just going to need to make sure that it shows us a wider range of artists and albums as well. Okay, let's just make sure that it's able to get this completed for us first. And once we get the information to show correctly and we can fill out these carousels, we are going to be able to add in the actual functionality so we can get to the pages and play the music. And then we can move on to the fashion section as well. Okay, play on Spotify, add to favorites. Okay, if we end up launching this app fully, we'll definitely want to add the login information so you can save some details to the favorites. And then that homepage, this is gonna look so much nicer because we're gonna update every single section before this homepage. So Replit will just reference all the information and design choices we made to get this looking a lot cleaner once we get there. But it's a lot of progress though so far. What are we about 2 hours in. About 2 hours in, it's looking pretty decent. Pretty decent. Okay. Yeah, still getting that update done. Updating the remaining album sections for rock, hip hop, electronic, R&B, and country. Okay. Okay. See, leave this right here actually so we can make sure we can see both of these. All right, loading those changes up for us. Let's see what we got. All right, perfect. I can see the 2-row carousel structure is working. All right, cool. Looks like it got done what we were looking to have. Okay, let me see the results. Albums not displaying. Yeah, the albums are not displaying for any of these yet. So we can get that updated. Still has the artist showing though. Okay. And this top portion, for some reason, not only does it keep loading every time we scroll through, it also it seems like it might not be updating correctly for each of these. Like this only has 2 icons, so it should be a lot more. Pop Legends has more here as well, so that's not lining up. But let's get the album section to display correctly. Okay, let me do this. Let me actually increase this size. All right, so catch that screenshot. Let me get this full screen. I just want to make sure the full album word is showing, so Replit can understand exactly what we're going for. Keep missing it. Okay. All right, cool. So got that. Drop that here. The album carousels are not showing any information. Okay, cool. Nice. All right. So do want to cache this top portion, but let's leave that for last. Because Replit, for some reason, I noticed Replit has a problem with understanding that you want to pull the information from the API, but you want to store it so you don't need to keep referencing it. So I've experienced a lot of issues where it'll just, once you say keep the information local, it'll start just pulling up static images instead of the correct images from Spotify. I just wanted to pull the data and store it so that we don't have to keep checking on it every single time. Okay, but the albums are showing now. All right. Easy. Okay, it's updating for us in real time. See. Yep. Getting that populated for us now. And we just want to make sure that it has more examples for each, or more whatever it would be for artists or albums. It's not enough on these carousels yet. Okay, so it looks like it's updating all of these manually. R&B is not showing any artists. Okay. So we got artists here, no album list. It's still updating though. I fixed the album carousel display issue by updating data source. It looks like it didn't fix that correctly for us. Let's check it out. This is showing albums. 80s is okay. It is okay. It is updated. Okay. Okay. It's working. It's working. 2019. Oh, it's a remaster. Okay. That makes sense. All right, cool. So let's just fill out this list with more or let's fill out these carousels with more information. I would say at least 20. Oh, so this is the 70s and it's looking at hip hop artists. I don't think there was 20 hip hop artists in the 70s. So that might be the limit there. All right, so hip hop icons in the 80s. It was definitely more in the 80s though. So let's say fill out these carousels to have at least 10 per row. 10 items per row. Okay. Fill out the carousels to have at least 10 per row. Okay. Cool. All right. So that update should be pretty quick. And yeah, I mean, I'm liking the music section a lot so far. It looks pretty nice. Functional. It's giving relevant information. It would be nice to have the images represent the actual era. Like Beyonce is a 2000s artist, but it's using an image from 2010s. So that would be nice, but that's something we can, it's not really a big deal, honestly, to add in so far. Still need that fashion section updated and still need to add the functionality for each of these different artists and songs to be able to be accessed. These are not clickable yet so far. They do have that animation though. They highlight a little bit, zoom in slightly. I like these banners. Feel like they could be a little bit bigger, but they look pretty nice. They look pretty nice. Let me see how the movies banners are looking. I think they're a little bit bigger. Are they? I think the banners are bigger on the movie section. No, they're not. They're not. These are just wider, so it looks smaller on the height. Okay. All right, so it's updating the information to have 10 to 12 per row instead of 8. Okay. Check if it's in. Okay, so it's just making sure that the changes are working correctly. All right. Let's see what we get. Decent so far, though. All right, so I'm noticing when we first access this page, it only shows artists. But if we click away and click back to the same page, oh no, so it's still not showing the albums here for some reason. Okay. Is that only for the 80s or what? Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the album rows are not there anymore. Okay. Okay. So no big deal. It also, I don't see. Oh yeah, there was only like 3 artists in the 80s. Okay. Or in the 70s. Yeah, it doesn't look like it made that change correctly for us. And it removed the album section. So let's just note that the albums were removed, and ideally it'll be able to update those carousels respectively. I'm guessing it probably made a change on the back end that's just not showing for us yet. So carousels no longer display albums. Okay, cool. So let's get this updated. I like that dark blue. That looks nice. It makes sense. Still kind of fits that aesthetic. Got that neon light blue up here. We don't want anything to be too bright on these artist sections, so that's perfectly fine. But with a nostalgia app, it's nice to have that neon aesthetic. And then we got up here, okay, still functional. All right. These are loading up faster, looks like. Okay. 2010s only shows one iconic artist. Okay. I see the album's no longer displaying. All right, cool. It's getting updated for us. That is the thing with making these apps so fast. The main focus is really not getting caught in any loops or any bug situations that can escalate behind the scenes. I'm not combing through the whole back end and the server side that it's working on or changing. So it's always good to try and test everything as much as possible throughout the changes. But any of these apps that we end up taking to a full launch, which I'll be showing the full build of the fully fleshed out launch version of the app as well. But it'll be a lot more specifics, a lot more manual coding and things like that, just to make sure things look correct. All right, cool. So it's removing the duplicate album queries. All right, cool. It's getting updated for us. Okay. Restarting. Okay. Yeah, it's still reloading that server for us. Let me check the current status of the music page and test if album carousels are displaying. All right, cool. Just verifying. Let's see. Yeah, it's still not loading up for us yet. Okay. All right, so it's saying it found a problem. So should be able to update that pretty soon. See what we get. Once this is good though, we should just be able to add, let's just add in the functionality of these buttons so we can actually access the Spotify pages from here. Okay. Let's check it out. Music, 80s. All right, cool. So now it's a lot more information showing up. And okay, it's a deluxe edition, so they're not the same project. That's fine. Okay. I thought I had seen the same album twice somewhere. Okay, cool. So these are looking pretty cool. Hip hop artists is still not giving us that much. Still not giving us that much. The albums are showing up correctly though. Okay. I don't think Daft Punk was in the 80s. I don't know, maybe. I don't think they were in the 80s though, but so that might be a problem with the segmenting of that information, but R&B artists, okay. It's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Let's check a different error. Oh, actually, let me check 2010s, make sure the top artist is being displayed correctly. Yeah, so it's only showing one right now for the 2010s. And it was Adele, now it's Taylor Swift. So we can get that updated though, no big deal. I want to add the actual functionality though really quick so we can make sure we can access the music pages of these artists. Okay. So let's go ahead. Boom. Boom. Okay. So catch that screenshot as always. Update the music page to allow each item on the respective carousel to go to the correct Spotify page for artists / album. All right, cool. So it should be able to get that functionality for us. Yeah, they got Cowboy Carter in here for 2000s. So yeah, the genres are not as specific as they need to be yet. Okay. Let me see. I see Daft Punk in 2000s. And we also saw them in the 80s, I believe. I might have updated that for us though. I like the style though. This page looks pretty nice so far. It looks clean. It reminds me, it's like a cross, kind of middle ground between Spotify and Apple Music with the color choice, at least for this section and things like that. So it's pretty nice. All right. Okay. Let me just make sure everything's looking cool. So yeah, the 80s is still showing incorrect artists. Okay. It's still updating those changes for us. Let me let it cook really quick before we make those changes or decide if we need any changes. Okay. Looks like it's wrapping up those changes for us. Just got a new checkpoint. All right, so looks like it believes those changes have been completed. So, all right, so let's try Metallica. Boom. And it takes us right to Spotify. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. All right, functionality. Let's click the album though, so we can get to the actual album. Nice, works perfectly fine. Smooth. So we have functionality now. We just need to update a little bit of the genres. And oh, okay, so it updated this portion for us already. Cool. That's why I like to leave the small changes for last, because a lot of times Replit will catch those and update them without us even really without us really needing to do anything. All right, so let's just double check each one of these is displaying correctly. And it is calling Spotify every time we reference any one of these. So behind the scenes, I'll definitely make sure that these are static. I just don't want to do that now because I've had it's been a lot of time wasted doing that in the past with Replit. It's not necessarily difficult, but it's just making sure you're accurate with your breakdown and everything like that. So I'll do that behind the scenes though for sure. So I'm already noticing it's not showing us. It looks like the 2000s are broken. Yeah. For some reason, every other era seems to be updating correctly, except for the 2000s. And that could be two things. It could be the 2000s page is broken, or it could be it was a coincidence. And when we ended up trying to call the API for this page, we might have maxed out the data, or it might just have an issue with the code. It might just have a bug for this specific decade for music. Okay, so let's just let it know though. The 2000s are not loading correctly. And I'll just note every other genre is working fine. Every other decade is functioning. Oh, let's just say working correctly. Okay. And I'm just going to specifically say the 2000s are not loading correctly for music. Don't want it to accidentally change anything for the movies or TV section or anything like that. But yeah, it should be able to get this change fixed for us pretty soon. Might have just been a bug or something like that. Okay, so it says it noticed there are 429 rate limit errors from Spotify API. Okay, so like I said, the API is being maxed out with the way it's accessing the information. And that's more of an optimization thing, just making sure the calls are being referenced correctly. If you're ever using an API that you need to pay for, then you should definitely make sure you're very mindful of that. But for the free APIs, you can kind of just mess around and test things out without that big of a deal. But if we were paying per call or per a certain amount of calls, or a lot of APIs will have a limit where you get a certain amount of access for free. After that, it might require a charge. So it's always good to be mindful of those and set some limits. Okay, so it looks like it's optimizing how the API is called for us now. It's improving the page. See, 2000 decade load property. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's see what we get though. All right. It's not loading any of these artist page. So it's interesting though, because this lower portion is working fine. And like I said, I think this might be static. Let me see. Let's let this sit for a second, see if it updates. Let's see. No, it's not updating. So yeah, it's just portions of the data has been pulled. Other portions have not been pulled. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have a checkpoint and we need to note that we have a checkpoint to go back to. Um, because it seems like whatever change that it made caused more problems. So, hmm. Yeah, let's try and get one more fixed. We have a checkpoint to go back to, but I'm trying to get this fixed. Just note the issue one more time. But we do have a checkpoint. If this does not resolve the issue, we will just go ahead and use that checkpoint. The page is now not loading. Okay, so just keeping it simple. It already understands that there's an API issue in place. We do have that checkpoint though. So because the issue is related to the API calls, not the actual functionality of the page, we don't really have to worry about changing anything outside of the way the data is accessed. So that's something that's not really a big deal to fix. But like I said, it's just more of an accurate type of situation versus a difficult. The page functions. It's just it's not able to pull the information from Spotify when it needs to. So okay, let me see. So it says the API is pulling data correctly. So it might just be the front end not showing things the way it should, but the data is being accessed. Okay, the carousel sections are checking, but there's additional conditions that might be causing the rendering to fail. Okay. Looks like it found an error and it might be updating that for us. Okay. Let me continue updating the remaining sections with proper error handling. Okay. So it's working on getting that updated for us. But like I said, we have a good checkpoint to go back to just in case. Can see the remaining sections still use the old conditional rendering pattern. Okay. So it's changing the format of how it pulls data. And it's saying the old conditional rendering is being used. Not sure which page was using the quote unquote old rendering. So I don't know. We'll see what we get. It's still loading up those changes for us. Check out the actual data. So it's that music page, and this is the. Let me see. So it has a music section. Let me try and get back to where those changes are taking place actually. It's opening the file in a new page. I want to see the exact lines that were changed up. Let's see the results. Let's see the results now. I'm trying to cruise through. My whole goal for this project is to not need any actual coding. So I don't want to get too deep into the lines themselves. Let me see what we get though. So 80s is loading. Only showing 3 artists, so it is having rate limits. Seems like 2000s is not loading. 90s is not loading. Oh, it is loading. Okay. Yeah, 2000s is still not loading. Let's revert back to that previous checkpoint. Okay, let me see. 2000s are not loading correctly. So this is that checkpoint. Let me get here. So this is that good checkpoint where everything was working except for the 2000s. I believe the problem is that we've made too many calls to Spotify, so it's limiting our access. That's what I believe is the problem. So I want to roll back to a known good point because at this checkpoint, everything was working except for the 2000s. So if this isn't able to load the correct data, we know that the issue is the Spotify API has been potentially maxed out, or it's just the way that that's being accessed for us. So I'm previewing now. This is us previewing that previous checkpoint. So this is all the data, how it was before we made the request to update. Let me see. So yeah, it's still having loading issues. Okay. So it seems like just Spotify API has been maxed out pretty much because this is a good point, but it's just not able to load up still. So we don't want to make any changes to the site when we know the issue is the API access. So let's just leave this for now. And we can check out how the API functions or things like that behind the scenes. But I need to check on the expiration for the APIs, but usually every 24 hours it renews the amount of data you can access. So I'll just leave this for now. We can move on. Yeah, so the goal will definitely be to the goal will be to cache this information so we don't have to keep referencing it. I'll leave this for now. Let's get the fashion page updated. So all right, so let me catch a screenshot of this. Okay. All right, cool. So let's just note update the fashion page to reference trends per era. Or let me say per decade. Reference trends per decade. We have an API we can use. So let me check out that API actually. Let me get that API. All right, so for the API access, just ask ChatGPT which API would be good to use, just to make sure everything is 100% automated. No manual research is needed. Okay, so it was recommending the Metropolitan Museum of Art Collection API. Let's check that out. Okay, so using, all right, so my request is to update the fashion page to reference trends per decade using Metropolitan Museum of Art Collection API. Boom. So it will access the Metropolitan Museum of Art Collection API to pull information about fashion trends per decade. I'm assuming that we'll most likely need an API key for this. But if not, it'll just go ahead and do that process for us without any issue. But if it does need an API key, beautiful thing about Replit, it'll just let us know it needs a key and it'll guide us exactly how to get that key. So it's loading up now. Let me try that music page again. Now that we gave the API a little bit to cool off, see if we can get that information showing up. Okay. Okay. Yeah, see, this is extremely empty compared to the other sections. For some reason, it's very weird, especially because the 80s has been loading up every single time. And I haven't seen this bottom section populate every time we click it. So it seems like it's saving that information. But let me see if this loads up. Yeah, so specifically the 2000s is having a problem. Okay. It's not a big deal though. It's just one page. Seemingly test the 90s and the 2010s. It also might just be taking a while to load. Let me check this portion. All right, so looks like we don't need an API key for that. So that's pretty cool. So now it is checking out the API, pulling that information that we requested for the fashion trends, and it should be importing all of that into the fashion page. Once that information gets imported, we can check it out, make sure the information is showing correctly, or at least in line with what it should be showing. And then we can just make sure that design choice is updated as well. Okay. And let's see if that page loaded. Yeah, so this is not loading. This is not loading for us. It's interesting. Check the 2010s. Yeah, it seems like only the 2000s is having an issue. That's good though. Let's see, the 90s working. Okay. Okay, cool. So the only problem is the 2000s section is not giving us the correct information, which is nice because when we were trying to get things updated before, it seemed like it changed the entire layout on how each of these are being called. So I'll just need to let Replit know, call the information for the 2000s page the same way you're calling information for, I'll even say specifically the 1980s. So because we know the 80s is working correctly. That, I believe that should probably fix that issue, but yeah, it's also better when you keep trying to fix the same problem and it's giving you different issues. What I've experienced that's helped out a lot is just going in a completely different direction, working on something else, so that Replit doesn't get caught in that loop of the same problem over and over again. Okay, so still getting that API information for us. Updating the grid rendering to use the new fashion items data structure and add loading states. Okay, cool. Seems like it's getting things correct for us. See what we get back. All right, still loading up. Let's make sure the movie section is still cool. All right, movie's still good. TV show section still good. All right, so far, this is cool. Need these more versatile. The same TV show is shown for both of these. It should be a wider range for sure. So that's something we could tweak. Music section, obviously the 2000s is still not populating correctly. So that's another thing we could add. Let's see. Also, the movie genres need to be updated a little bit too. Let's see if that's still the case. Yeah, it's not a biography. All right, so yeah, these could be updated a little bit too. All right. Yeah, it's a couple tweaks here and there that we can do, but in general, it's looking pretty clean. Oh, wow. So the 2000s did update. It just took a while. Okay. Yeah, that's why I try to step away a little bit. Also, whenever you're doing anything in software development, you need to make sure that you're not going down the wrong path yourself. It's very easy to it's very easy to make a lot of choices in the wrong direction and get lost and have a little bit of a struggle getting back. So for the music section, we just need to make sure that the API is getting called efficiently. It's no big deal though. And it's still updating that fashion page for us. Okay. Pretty clean so far. And once that fashion page gets populated and updated, still not really sure if we want to just display information about fashion from the eras, or if we wanted to actually be able to guide you to where you can get retro fashion. But for now, let's just make sure we can get all of that cool information in here on the different popular brands and styles of the eras. Okay. API is successfully finding items. It's returning actual museum artifacts with authentic metadata. Okay. So it looks like it's misinterpreting our goals. It's referencing things like statues and paintings. However, I noticed the search is returning some. Oh, so it already caught that. Okay, it noticed that it's returning non-fashion items. So it's working on refining that search to only focus on fashion. Okay. That's cool. So it's fixing the problem before we even notice them. But I'm not sure what this is going to look like, but we'll definitely need to redesign it. I know that. But it will be able to ideally reference the design of the music page and the movie and TV show page. So it should be a better just baseline for us to update. I can see the API is working, but still returning some non-fashion items. Okay. Still getting things updated with the filtering. That's cool. And I would assume that since we were so strict with the filtering for the movies and the music, it already knows that we have more of a specific guideline that we're trying to get. All right, so Met Museum API is having some issues. Okay. Okay. Let me also add additional filtering. Okay. Still building, still building. All right, cool. So let me see what else we can add in here. This, yeah, it's really an optimization thing here. It's very interesting though, because some of these errors update fast and some of these don't. Oh, it's reloading that server for us. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely calling these pages differently. Okay, now this is loading a lot faster than it was. Still need to isolate these albums. Let's get fashion section. Still loading. Yeah, all right. But we don't need to just wait here, right? Let's check out what else we can update. So 2000s is showing us albums that are not relevant to that era or didn't even exist in that era. So isolate that. I noticed that for Beyonce, but I'm not seeing that anywhere else. It might just be Beyonce's. Let me see. Country. I don't know. It might only be showing the incorrect album for Beyonce's Cowboy Carter and Renaissance. Maybe it is showing a lot of different incorrect albums, but I'll just note that we need to verify that filtering. Okay, the 70s. Any of these looking like they're out of the air? Not yet. Okay. Still getting this API updated though. Okay. How far are we in? It's 11 o'clock. Closing in on 3 hours. Not too bad though. Not too bad. Okay. Oh, okay, so the API is it's limiting our requests. Now it's implementing a fallback. That's, in my experience, when you're looking for real information, you don't want to fall back. It'll just give you generic static information, and that always is pretty much useless in my experience. So maybe we'll want to call a different API. But I would assume that well, let's actually ask ChatGPT. All right, so this is the API we're using. So let's copy and paste that here. What are the rate limitations for this API? Okay, cool. Let's see what we got. Yeah, because this is giving us fallback options, and I mean, we don't want any fallback options. So let's see what we get back though. Okay. It's pulling that information for us. And let's see what other options they gave us too. Metropolitan Museum. Cooper Hewitt. Okay, so that's the thing. All of these are referencing an extremely wide range of years. And these are all museums, so they're not really geared towards fashion. So maybe we just need a better API to reference. Let's see what we get back though. According to the documentation, there is no API. Yeah, there's no API key. 80 requests per second. Okay. So it says they are also able to limit the access per user. So just want to make sure that we're not overusing the API, so we get because there might be an alert or something like that where if you attempt a certain amount of calls, they will limit your access. Okay. So now it's saying, yeah, it's still working on getting them static fashion data sets for us. Not really a fan of the static data, but let's see what we get back though. Basically, my plan now, once it completes these changes, will be to refactor how the API is called, register the information locally on the app so that we don't need to maintain continually calling. But I don't really like the optimization portion. Can be pretty I usually like to spend a lot of time making sure I'm going to be accurate when I'm optimizing. So I don't know. Let's see what we get back though so far. Still loading these changes for us. Okay, let me create a service that provides authentic historical fashion data instead of relying on the unreliable Met Museum API. So now it looks like it's completely trying to remove. That's why it's always important to read these alerts that Replit is giving you guys, because it looks like now it's trying to completely remove the API and go a completely different way, which is not, it's not what we want at all. Okay. So it's updating the import and routes. Okay. See what we get back. Okay. I would usually stop it, but it's actually making changes to the app. So if we pause these changes in real time, that can cause some issues. All right, so it's replacing the API. So it's still saying it's replacing the API. This is the second time I saw that note. So it might be looping. Let me test the API without JQ. I see the old Met Museum code is still being called. Okay, so what I'm going to do is pause that because it looks like it's just causing some issues for us. Let's check out what we have. Yeah, that site's not accessible. Okay, no big deal. We're going to go back to that checkpoint that we have. And I'm just note to make sure we always use real information, and we need to use real information from the API. Don't use a fallback method, and verify that you will not need to access the API over 80 calls per second. Okay. So checkpoint made 18 minutes ago. Link music carousel to Spotify. All right, so I believe this should be the correct rollback. Okay, let's roll back. All right, so once we roll back, like I said, we're just gonna call that API again, but make sure it limits those calls to make sense for us. But let's make sure this works first and looks right. Okay. Albums, artists, cool. Load it up. Yeah, it's good. All right, yeah, it's still, yeah, it looks like it's supposed to. Okay. So update the fashion page using PI. Do not attempt more than 80 calls per second to the API. Do not use any fallback information to update the fashion page. Attempt to cache the information to limit the amount of required API calls. Okay, cool. So just add a little bit more details in here that we're looking at. Have get this. Okay. All right, cool. So it has the information it needs now. Ideally, I mean, we're getting close. We're getting close. We have movies updated, music page updated. Both of these, I like these a lot. It also has the TV show section in here as well. So we can update the segmenting of the data here. That's something I'll probably just touch on a little bit later. It's not really as interesting. But that'll be pretty much me just saying, hey, make sure that these genres are organized correctly. Gonna remove this line here because this is not, we're never gonna need any adult content here. So that's pretty much it for that section. For the music section, we also just want to make sure these genres are correct as well. Looks like it's pretty much good, but there's a couple of albums that I noticed that are not supposed to be in the certain era. But yeah, that should be pretty much the most part for these two. Then the fashion page, we need this updated, and then we can get the home page updated last. All right. So, let's see what we got. Saying is fixing the current errors first, then integrating the Museum of Art collection API. Several errors in the application. So it's noticing other errors in the movies and the music page. Okay. So I don't like that it's editing the other pages right now. Let me see. Got to see the results of this though. It might fix the errors, or it could cause problems with the other pages that we wouldn't usually realize unless we noted exactly what was being changed. So yeah, sometimes you need to specify which page you want changed with Replit, but usually it's pretty good about this. All right, promo banner error seems to be occurring around line 22. Huh, okay. All right, so it looks like whatever changes it was working on editing, those are resolved. Now it's getting that fashion page updated for us. Let me make sure this is looking correct now though. All right, still cool. Yeah, we got to kind of randomize these genres like we said, but still functional. Need that trail. Oh yeah, that's another thing we need to know. The trailer. Need to make sure those either play or we just take those out. They're not required, but it'd be nice to have. Let me see. Okay, so it's still loading up. Looks fine so far. All right, so let me make sure that these actually work still. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's still working. All right, creating a comprehensive new fashion page that uses the Met Museum API without any fallback data. Cool. All right, okay. Yeah, it looks like it's rolling. Looks like it's going. Let's check it out. I think it might have updated this section, maybe. I don't know. Looks like it's slightly updated, but might not be. Usually, it'll just update everything in the background and then push everything to the front at once for these big changes. All right, so the website crashed. It's updating that. It's gonna restore everything for us. Once we get that data in here, we can just pull in the design from Prada. Let's check out Gucci. Yeah, see, it seems like that's the standard, having that main image. This isn't a trailer, but just having these large images, which might be better for optimization, just having a big image as well. I love that zoom in. That was really cool. Well, it only does it the first time, I guess. Yeah, but slight animations in here, so we can definitely use those animation styles. Seems like less is more with these fashion sites. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Pretty simple, pretty simple. Just need to make sure this data is being imported and we can get rolling. All right. So still isolating and resolving these errors for us. Okay. All right, looks like service is running now. All right, let's check it out. Looks like it's testing. It is testing that fashion page for us. I'm gonna let it do its thing for a second though. Let me make sure that it's at least registering that as functional. Okay, so let's check it out. All right, so far it's not pulling in anything. Okay, this is way too dark too. So, but we're gonna just revamp the whole design top to bottom anyway. Let me see. Yeah, I would assume that it's probably pulling information, but it's just not displaying on the front end. So let's just try and get that updated. Let me see, categories. Okay. So even the filtering portions are interesting because it's going by like a clothing store, which this should be trends from the certain areas. So, okay, error. The fashion data is not displaying. Okay, as always, copy and paste that error, catch the URL in there too. And yeah. It's trying to load though. It's trying to load. Met Museum API is returning 403. Yeah, probably maxed out the fashion API. Okay. Let me investigate the fix, update the search approach, and implement a more robust data fetching strategy. It's clearing the cache. It's returning a 403 error. Okay. So 400 errors, usually just pages that are not existent, I believe, or 404 would be incorrect page, but usually 400 errors are just you're just trying to go somewhere that you're not supposed to. Okay. So basically looks like Replit is just trying to access data in the wrong way, so it's just trying to get to pages that don't exist pretty much. All right, so it's clearing the cache out. Okay. All right, so it looks like it's able to access the data now. Okay. Let me see what we get back. I'm suspicious about this now. Juice might not be worth the squeeze, but we'll see. See again, cached, empty results. Okay. Okay. See what we get. Loading authentic fashion pieces from the Met Museum. Okay. Nothing. Okay. So it did note that there will be, I think it did mention a 400 error. It might pop up. If you encounter any 429 style throttling. Oh, okay. So it did mention a 400 error. All right, so yeah, it looks like it's just rate limited. Honestly, the API might be suspicious because we tried to make so much calls in so little time. Yeah, the amount of calls we tried made it look like we were a bot, so now it's being restricted. All right, let's try a different API. See. See, any APIs for fashion specific? Non-museum. Preferable. Okay. Let me see if we can get another API. This API isn't going to work for us now. The limit's been maxed out. I'm going to pause this too because it's just using data now. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to roll back. Tough. Okay. Yeah, let me roll back one more time. Being a little bit stubborn. API access restricted. Yeah. Let's see. Comprehensive. SKU style. AI driven analysis of social media images. This might be good. This might be good. Trendalytics. See, all of this data seems like it's referencing current information, but we need to hit data points from the past. IBM Research AI for fashion. Color trend analysis and forecasting engine. This might be perfect. All right. So let's try this API. It's always the simple things that are complicated, and what you think will be complicated usually ends up pretty simple. Okay, use this API to update the fashion page with real information relevant to trends per decade. All right, let's try this one. All right, let's see. Okay, so the fashion page is not loading now. Let me make sure we're in a good point. Yeah, these seem to be fine. It's just a fashion page. Okay. All right. Let's try this one more time. See if we can get back. Okay. IBM Research AI. Yeah. It seems like this is more relevant. Might need a key. First search for the information about this API and then examine the current fashion page structure. Okay. Searching for the information. All right, cool. Yeah, it's still populating. I did not mention any rate limiting, so that might cause an issue, but let's see. It's not common. It just seemed like that one API was just not working for us. Let me see. Let's ask ChatGPT what limitations are associated with this API. Okay. See what we get. Okay. Processing those changes for us. Okay, so this does need a key. All right, that's cool. To integrate IBM Research AI Fashion Key. This will enable. All right, it usually gives you a guide on how to access the key, but maybe this is just a less popular API. So let me pull that information up really quick so we can create that. Okay. Getting that pulled up now. Got authentication, color decor, visual search, errors, looks search. Let me see how to make this key actually. Let's see. Key creation. Gotta make sure this is public accessible. Okay. Just reviewing the documentation here for this API key. Pretty much just typed in the name of the API so I can get here. Beware the API key as limited validity period expires in 1 year. Okay, cool. But how do we generate that? To consume methods of the AI Assistant Builder API, you must generate an API. Open AI Assistant Builder in Watson orchestration. Orchestrate, select AI Assistant. Not familiar with this process. This will probably be better to use, but we're trying to knock out these projects as fast as possible and as simply as possible. So might just reference another more simpler, easy to access API for now. Let's just go with let's use Wikipedia API. It's pretty standard. Okay, use the Wikipedia API instead to pull the information. All right, cool. That's something when we, if this is one of the apps that people are gravitating towards, we could definitely go back and flesh things out a lot more. But the whole point of this 30-day, 30 app challenge is to show how easy it can be to build these full projects really fast with zero manual interaction. Everything is with the AI. I didn't write one line of code. I didn't specify anything at all. It's all AI. So that's definitely the goal. But that might be it seems like that API will definitely be better to use long term though, for sure. Just trying to get that full proof of concept up for the fashion side at least. Okay. All right, so it's enhancing the fashion page to use Wikipedia API. Okay. So once we get that information showing correctly, we can compare that. And the Wikipedia API is great for data points, usually, like general data. But the Wikimedia API is great for actual images and things like that. So we might want to just combine those two to get a decent looking page pulled up for the fashion section. Trying to avoid these I'm trying to avoid too much focusing on break fixing and things like that, trying to keep the ball rolling. We made so much progress so fast. It has been started about 8:20. So yeah, it's slightly over 3 hours and we've made a ton of progress. So I'm trying to just see how fast we can get this fleshed out. Got the movie section looking pretty decent, etc., etc. So it's interesting, this fashion page isn't loading now. So I'm assuming that's because it's working on making changes, but it seemed like that wasn't loading after we hit that checkpoint, which I believe it should have. But we'll see what we get. All right, so it's enhancing the page to use the Wikipedia API for authentic fashion trend information, organized by decade. Needs to fix the file structure, remove duplicate data. Okay, cool. Ball is rolling, seems like. And I'm defaulting to the Wikipedia API for this one just because I've used it a few times in the past and it's been pretty functional for me so far. Pretty reliable. And I know it's going to have good data, so should be pretty solid. Let's check it out though. All right, so let me add the API endpoints to the routes. Also, the beautiful thing is once we get that design configured correctly and everything is organized, we can always update the API and it'll just reference different information to fill in the blanks. So it shouldn't be really a big deal if we want to double back on this one. Okay. Now let me update the categories to match the new fashion data structure and update the display components. Okay, cool. It's working. All right, let's check it out. Page still not loading so far. Okay. Yeah, just restarted that server for us. Need to fix the model. Okay, so it looks like it's changing the structure for how it tries to call the information for us. Okay. See what we get. Still processing, still loading those changes for us. Okay. All right, so looks like it's wrapping up the changes now. It's just testing everything, make sure it works. Okay. Let me see. All right, it's loading. All right, so this is super basic. So we definitely are gonna need a ton more data points. But let's see what we get per error at least. Yeah. Okay, so for the 70s, all categories, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay. So looks okay. Not the design, but the actual data being pulled looks okay enough so far. Definitely gonna need to update this design. And also noticing different images aren't showing up yet. We are going to want to redesign this a lot better, a lot more fleshed out, a lot more references to different images. I would like to have more fashion trend references as well. Just really need to think about how much fashion trends and references would really be existent. Okay, I don't know about that trend, but yeah, seems like it's working pretty decent so far. Let's import Wikimedia so we can get some images in here as well. And once we are sure that that's able to correctly display, we can flesh out the data points that we have here. Once we're comfortable with how these are displaying, maybe add a little bit more information, more screenshots, things like that, references to the time periods. Once that's cool, we can just expand the amount of different trends that we're checking out. So let's just copy and paste that screenshot there. Let's say update the fashion page to reference Wikimedia for the images used. Each trend should have some, I'll just say some for now. We might specify a number, but let's just say some images, some screenshots. No, some images referencing the trend once clicked. Okay, so yeah, Wikimedia API, some images referencing the trends, some additional images referencing the trends once clicked. Okay, this should be fine now. Let's just make sure that Wikimedia and Wikipedia APIs are both able to correctly work together. One for the data, one for the I guess one for information you could say, and one for the actual images. So I just want to make sure that that flows correctly. Try and keep it as segmented as possible. We don't have that much trends right now to worry about, so it should be able to populate correctly. Just want to make sure we have that flow correct so we can scale it. Okay. 2010s hasn't populated yet. Okay. Yeah, they got a wide range of the trends to check out so far. So we have dresses, denim, accessories, athletic, professional, alternative. And these are static per every genre. But the design, we're going to revamp the entire design anyway. So these will all be updated and it'll look a lot more probably, I don't know. Honestly, I kind of like H&M the most. So probably reference H&M honestly. And with Replit, it's pretty nice because you can actually let it know which page you want to compare to, and it'll not only reference the screenshots or things like that that you have, it'll actually check out the page design on its own to compare that. All right, so updating the model components. All right, cool. So it looks like it's processing that request for us. Yeah, so I don't know. Actually, Prada might win. Prada might win this. Prada. I like this 3 image design, but I also like Prada's section like this. So maybe we'll do this portion right here, and then directly below that we can add in this section. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. That might be a little bit too much, but we'll see. Let's see. So it's updating now, getting those changes populated for us. Okay. So looks like it's wrapping things up. It's just testing that page to make sure it's working. You check it out. Should be able to access it now. Believe. Let me see. Okay, so we got power dressing. I'm pretty sure this is not. I don't know what this is. This looks like some horror movie. This is just rocks. All right, cool. So yeah, looks like it did not import correctly for these images so far. Yeah. Let me see. Is it still loading? It says main image from Wikipedia. Let me see exactly what it's attempting. So integrated Wikimedia for fashion images. Added multiple reference images for each fashion trend. Created enhanced model with image gallery and navigation. Okay. Excuse me. All right, so it looks like, yeah, it's attempting to update things, but these images are not they didn't update for us. The cover images at least from most of these. See, this is loading. Bohemian fashion. Okay. Yeah, not feeling it, not feeling it. I know there's a great fashion API to reference to, but I'm trying to go fast with this. Let me see. Yeah, I don't believe that it updated the images for us. Some of these seem like they changed. Most of them, this was already like that. Yeah, this is super generic and basic looking. Let me see. See how this updates for us. Yeah, I'll just note that the images were not updated. See if we can get these revamped. If not, then these images have not been updated. The images have not been updated. Let's see what we can get back from this. All right, so let me just reference what is a good API I can use that does not require a key and will display model, fashion model quality images of trends per decade. All right. So maybe that'll get things narrowed down a little bit more. Not trying to have to hunt down or not trying to have to create an API key for whichever one that we end up referencing. So it's saying Wikimedia. Let me see. It might have just had an issue with updating things though. I can see the images are still showing placeholders. Yeah, so it is using placeholders. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's see if that updated. Aerobics fashion? I don't think these are correct. These look all right. The punk makes more sense. Preppy fashion, these are just not populated. Okay, it seems like it's trying to update. Yeah, these are not correctly populating. See, it might be yeah, some of these are just not updated at all though. It's still showing the same placeholders, I'm assuming. Yeah, it's still updating. Okay, let me test a new API with some specific queries and check if the Wikimedia Commons integration is working properly. Okay. It's trying to reset the cache, testing things out. Okay. Also adding a method to force refreshes. All right. I have a feeling that it's not caching the images. I think it might just be pulling in incorrect information for us, but I guess we'll see. Check the API call. Okay. WordPress Openverse API includes high resolution CC licensed images, often editorial or runway shots from dozens of sources. Okay, so this can, okay, cool. So yeah, this might be the go-to for us. Yeah. Yeah, this seems like it'll be decent. Yeah, it seems like it'll be decent. Anonymous rate limit, 5 requests an hour and 100 requests a day. Okay. So this will probably get maxed out pretty quick then. Let me see. It says it updated the changes for us. It's power dressing. All right, no, this is not it. Looks like something on a ship. All right, so new wave fashion. Looks pretty accurate here. Some of these are looking decent. Some of them are not. This is not pulling anything up right now. Okay. Little bit of progress. This image wasn't here at first. Let me see. I'm not really worried about these subgenres right here yet because we're going to be changing the entire design and probably gutting that whole portion out. Let me see. It's still trying to load the 90s. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like it's struggling to load. Yeah, in reality, I probably wouldn't even use an API to pull these different references to the different fashion trends, but just trying to automate everything. But yeah, this sub portion of the site might just not be it, really. Emo fashion, so that's cool. That makes sense. Okay, some of these are missing images. Some of them are not. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to get this design updated to use one of the high quality fashion brand pages, see what we look like then, and then we can update accordingly at that point. But I'm trying to get this design updated because this design is not it so far. And possibly when we update that design, maybe it'll have a better result from pulling them images. Okay, so update the fashion page design to mirror popular fashion brand websites. And instead of us even deciding, let's just add it all in. So H&M, Gucci, and product. Okay, so I'm gonna catch screenshots from each of these 3 pages, and I'm gonna let it know to actually go to the page and reference how the design is so it can update and make sure everything looks very high quality. Okay. Okay. So we're catching screenshots from each of these different pages, but we're going to specifically, I'm going to add in the URLs and let it know to actually investigate the pages to add in whatever design choices will be best fitting. Okay. Go to the page's respective URLs to reference and design the page in the best way possible to benefit the customer, benefit the user in a luxury brand aesthetic. Okay, cool. So now I'm actually adding these URLs. Okay. Cool. All right, cool. Let's see what we get back. So this will at least redesign that fashion page so we can get a better idea of what needs to be updated and changed. It seems like it's not able to get those correct images for us. We need a better API for that. But it seems like we're just not getting any good quality APIs that have good limits. The recommended API from ChatGPT just now, this WordPress Oververse API, seems like it will be amazing because it references Flickr and Wikimedia like we already have referenced now. But it only has 5 requests an hour and 100 requests a day. So I'm not sure how that's gonna work for us. Honestly, with the amount of trends in real life, I would just manually add in some images that are high quality that I think would look nice. But just trying to automate everything. Okay, so it's completely redesigning the page to match the luxury brand. All right, so yeah, that'll probably not be accessible while it's loading up. Okay. So fashion page has so it's noting the current state has a retro neon aesthetic, which doesn't match the luxury brand aesthetic request. Cool. So it understands the page isn't fit in the description and it's going to fully redesign the page for us. Cool. So once that's completed, we can get a better idea of where to go next. But I'm just trying to avoid the time sink. It seems like it can easily end up being with this page. We've already spent a ton of time working on this fashion page so far. Okay, fixing syntax errors. All right, cool. Just updating things as it should. Let me see. Okay. All right, so let's dive in deep so far. And we can note here, it's only referencing the fashion page so far, which is good. Oh yeah, the app crashed while it was making these changes. Okay. So It's making those changes and it's removing information that's not needed, cleaning up the code for us. I think the results should be pretty good with this one. Should be pretty good on this page. And once this page design is good, everything else will be pretty much simple. The images are not being manually or automatically imported like I would like them to though, but we can see what we get back though. It's not over yet. I don't really need these right now. See if anything else is useful. Okay. Give 5 options. Let's just get a couple more options really quick for APIs. Okay. Let me recreate the fashion page file completely to fix the corruption. All right, cool. It's updating things for us completely. Cool, cool. Yeah, I'm assuming this might take a second just because it's revamping the entire page design for us, but the results should be pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. And with that luxury request, I'm assuming it'll add some animations, things like that. Okay, looks like the server's booting back up now. Okay. Loading up and it's noting those changes for us. It's cool. Okay. See what we get back though. All right, loading up. Still having some errors. But I am noticing, yeah, it looks like, yeah, it didn't change the other pages, which is great. Definitely didn't want it to edit the other pages for us. Okay. Yeah, still solving some errors. Syntax errors in the fashion file. Okay. Okay. Replit makes typos too. See what we get back though. Still crashing. All right, it's building. All right, so ask for 5 options. We got WordPress, Wikimedia, Library of Congress. It's giving us such non-fashion. Library of Congress is not where I would go to for fashion trends. But Flickr, Reddit. I thought Reddit didn't have access to APIs anymore. Okay. All right, so Flickr might be good to use. What are Flickr limitations? All right, let's see what we got. And yeah, it's still getting updated for us. Just trying to pay attention, make sure it's not editing any other pages besides the fashion page. But it hasn't touched any other page so far from what I can tell. All right, file has been recreated cleanly. Cool, so it recreated that whole page. Nice. All right, so Flickr does not require a key. 3,600 requests per hour. 3,600 requests per hour. Maybe 3,600 requests per hour. I don't know. It's a space between there, but 1 request a second. Unauthenticated feed requests share the same backend. Okay. Okay. 20 items per call. Okay. This looks like it would be good to use, honestly. So it recommends to cache aggressively to stay under the rate limit. I definitely think that's a good idea. Let's see what we got so far though. All right, cool. So it's loaded something for us. Let's check it out. All right, so the fashion page. You can see the design is a lot cleaner. It has that white background. It's okay. Not bad. Let's see if we can get these different eras populated. So the 80s populated, no problem, but 2000s is, 2010s is not, 90s is not. Oh, it took a while, but it loaded. Okay. Tucker hat. This might be a little bit too old information. All right, cool. It's all good. Let's update the we're gonna update this design, add a little bit more aesthetic here. I think it would be nice to have the 3 images like Gucci had up top, and then down here we can have this style. But let's see if we can get these images using the Flickr API. Okay, update the images using the Flickr API. Okay, and to go along with our automation style, I'm gonna actually just copy and paste the recommendations here that ChatGPT gave us, just to make sure that Replit understands that we need to stay in the limit. And I'm gonna note the actual call limit as well. Okay. Yeah, this should be solid enough. Replit can access all the details, but we just want to make sure that it understands the goals. And see, as always, these sections of the page usually look really a lot nicer on the phone. So you can see this is kind of what it would look like on the phone, but I just got to make it look nice on every platform. Okay. Cool. Boom. Okay. All right, cool. So it should be able to get things set up correctly for us using that Flickr API, which seems like it'll be a lot better to use. A lot of people use Flickr, and it's more of a user database versus Wikimedia, which is more of just like, you know, images that are on Wikipedia specifically. All right, so integrating Flickr API for the images. Okay. So it should note to limit those calls for us and use aggressive caching so we can avoid that overload like we did with the previous API. Doesn't look too bad. It's movies, music, and fashion. Not gonna lie, the fashion portion is not as quality as the other sections yet, but API has been kind of fighting on this one. So, but let me see. Some of these images are perfect, or at least logical. But I'm looking for more stylized images that you will find in a fashion book. Some of these just work. The new wave, I like these. This didn't pull any images. I'm assuming Flickr will have a way better result for us though. Let me see what we got. So it's cleaning up the service. Okay, it's getting things updated for us. So close. All right, so we're gonna definitely need a couple more styles up top. Like maybe, I don't know where to put them. Maybe move this up and put them right below something. I don't know. I'm not sure, but okay. We could add this animation possibly too. I think that looks really nice. Yeah, see, this style is just really nice compared to what we have. This is okay though. This would be nice if it was the actual pages for the individual items. Might just not be enough data points for us either. Let's see what we get. See what we get so far. Okay, so let me fix the syntax errors. All right, still getting things updated for us. Okay. Loading up. Completely recreating the fashion service. Okay. Yeah, these are some pretty big changes that are taking place. So it's gutting the entire fashion service TS file. All right. Yeah, it's interesting. Replit actually does searches and things like that. Manually. It's really pretty much just like a human being working on this project. It's pretty crazy. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to just get that updated for us as we are looking to have. Really hoping this API comes through for us. Really hoping this comes through for us. I think it might. It might. I know Flickr has a better range of options for what we're looking for. But that aesthetic is just not hitting for me yet. This is just super high quality. I don't think AI can get this level of quality. I think we need to manually catch those videos at least and add them in. Just wouldn't be smart enough to have the best looking information to fit what we're going for. Okay. Oh, wow. So it's looking like Flickr does need an API key. Oh, it's generating a key for us. No, let me see. To integrate high quality fashion images, I need a Flickr API key. Okay. Thought we didn't need a key, but it's giving us a guideline on how to get there. Let's check it out. Okay. Okay, gotta sign up. Let me do that over here really quick. Okay. 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 Get my email in here really quick. Okay. All right, cool. So I'm just pulling up that key right now for Flickr so we can get this set up. All right. Cool. All right, so got that Flickr account made. Now let me pull up that API key page, get that generated. Okay. Man. The API key is only updated for pro members for Flickr. I think, yeah, I mean, I can look behind the scenes, maybe if people are interested in this app, try and get a better API to reference. But for now, we're gonna roll back and just wrap this up. Honestly, the fashion page, I consider it kind of, it's not it, like we're close, but no cigar really on this one. But we got the functional music and the movie and television page. Made a decent amount of progress so far, but let's get this homepage worked up. I try and keep the apps 2 to 3 hours, but this is, yeah, it's kind of getting a little bit out of hand. So okay, so it is still referencing these images. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and wrap this up. Get the homepage updated. Okay, man. Yeah, that fashion API is just, I guess not enough people are really interested in having those fashion references or something like that, but might need to check that out behind the scenes. Okay, update the homepage. Design to match the quality and aesthetic of the movies and TV page. Use 2 carousels per section, I guess. Per section. Movies, music, movies, TV, music, and fashion. Okay. All right, cool. So let's get this homepage updated. Yeah, the APIs, they were just, the Flickr API needs a key, and that key requires a pro account. Yeah, it's fighting pretty hard. Definitely I'm going to look behind the scenes to have a better fashion updating style. Just test some things out behind the scenes to make sure that this is not a limitation. But that's the beauty of doing I mean, this is app 17 so far of the 30-day 30 app challenge. So every day we do a new app, every day we learn something new, every day we get a new skill. So yeah, learning in real time. All right, so completely redesigning the homepage to match the quality and aesthetic of the movie and TV page with 2 carousels per section. All right, cool. So it's getting that updated for us. Cool. Not too bad, though. Not too bad. We got the movie section working fine. Music section working fine. A couple of different things that I'm going to touch on. Making sure these genres are segmenting correctly. And making sure these are also segmenting a little bit more specific. But I'm definitely liking how these turned out. Pretty clean. Can have a wider range a little bit in the genres, but overall, this is pretty decent. Each one of these clickable. Got to get the trailers updated as well too. A couple things we can add in. We could remove the trailers, but I'd rather just add that in. Make sure that they function correctly. All right, so looks like it has completed that homepage update. Let's see what we got though. So the homepage. Okay. So the homepage is showing movies up here. It's okay. It's okay. All right, so we got popular movies, popular TV shows, artists, and we have fashion down here as well. Yeah, definitely. Man, this fashion section is hitting me in the gut. Like, this is not the quality we need, but it is what it is. We got to make sure the music populates correctly. Okay. The music portion is not updating correctly on the homepage. Also add in, well, let me let this update, but I want to update this carousel right here for the main page to show, I don't know, maybe movies, TV, and music. So it can just reference different popular music and TV and movies of that era. And yeah, I definitely do really want that fashion section updated though. So I might need to double back on that. If people are interested, then we can definitely work on that. But I might need to at least get that done in my own time because this is just not sitting well with me so far. All right, so got this updated. Each of these should be clickable. Okay, so gotta make sure these are clickable. Be quick. Okay. Still getting those updated. Okay. Yeah, this fashion portion just was fighting me. I might actually get that pro Flickr account just to see how that would look. But I mean, we have well, this is app 17, so we have 13 or 12 more apps to complete this month. So gotta keep moving. Next app is really cool. It's a Bethesda app, so it's everything related to Fallout, Skyrim, Starfield, I guess, or all the Bethesda IPs and everything like that. So it'll be a really, really cool. I don't want to expose all the details, but it'll be really cool. All right, so yeah, still making those changes for us. All right. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Let's get this wrapped. All right. Okay, so fashion trend section. Yeah, that's pretty much. Yeah, it populates something. It's all good though. All right, so now we need to make sure these are clickable. All right. Okay, so error. Each of the carousel items should be clickable as if the user was on the individual page. Page for each section. Okay. Now let's catch that quick screenshot, get this updated. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so this should be able to update for us, and then we can get that main banner updated so it can show movies, TV, and music artists in that rotation per decade. Overall, though, pretty decent nostalgia site, in my opinion. You know, we got most of the functionality added in. Just that fashion portion was very stubborn, but like I said, I have to update that now, taking it kind of as a personal challenge there. So we'll get that updated pretty soon. It might just be one of those things where I just pull up the results because I'm trying to keep the ball rolling on stream and show all of the every day we got to have a new app, you know. So trying to keep the ball rolling, but I have to update this. All right, so it is getting things updated for us. Each of these are not clickable currently, so these will be clickable after this next update. I love how it shows how many followers each of these artists has too here, so that's really cool. But yeah, it's looking pretty nice so far. Pretty much. Not too bad for like 4 hours of work. Not too bad. Okay. All right, it's getting that change updated for us. Okay. It's testing the carousel functionality. All right, cool, cool, cool. It's getting updated. All right, cool. So functionality has been added in. Watch now. Takes you right to the page to watch it. That's cool. All right, bet. Cool. All right, let's check out the music section. Listen on Spotify. Takes you right to the page. All right, cool. That works. Let's see what the fashion section does. All right, it pops out. Barely anything here, but it works enough. It works enough for where it's at currently. Okay, cool. All right, so now just got to update this top carousel. All right. Okay. Oh, looks like my copy paste went to a record section instead of just the picture section. All right, cool. So error, update the main carousel to display a range of music, TV, and movies per decade. All right, cool. So final step for this process here. Let's try and get this last portion of the page updated. This fashion section, I'm gonna need to dive in on my personal time. We might have another fashion app coming up every app that we do per today is randomized. I don't know what we're doing usually, so not sure if we have another fashion app coming up, but think we do. But yeah, by that point, we'll definitely make sure we can get things updated and have things smooth, so that we can just pretty much walk right through the same issues that we were fighting today. All right, so just getting that change updated for us. Cool. All right. So what do we have? Boom, TV shows. Okay, and we got music. All right, cool. We got it. All right, so this pops out. Okay. Let me see. Let me test this on the main page. Okay, so get here, listen. All right, cool. Functionality. All right, cool. So it's working. All right, it's decent. That fashion section, if I wanted to be lazy, I would have just gutted the fashion and had the TV and movies up here, and the music, but I'm gonna double back. I need that updated. But yeah, for now, I feel like this is a great point to stop. We have pretty functional project. Okay, it's still updating. Let's review what we got once this is done updating the changes. Okay. All right, so updated the banner. All right, cool. So the banner was working when we just tried it. You see, we're in the movie section, main page, Scarface, Top Gun, EastEnders, music is showing up, and we got some TV shows. All right, cool. So got the main page here that displays per decade. Oh, wow. Okay. So the main page is not showing a banner per decade, looks like. Let me see. Yeah, we got to make sure the banner works per every decade. Okay. Error. The main page banner only functions for the 80s. Update for the other decades. All right, cool. Should be a simple fix here though, but while that's loading, we have the movie section here where you can, or movies and TV. So once you get to this section, you can click movies or TV. TV banner was removed. Okay, it's updating that banner for us, but so far we have functional sections for the movies. Each of these are clickable. Trailer's not updated yet, but it will be. Let me actually give it a second. I'm kind of rushing through. Let me wait till it completes these changes for us. Okay, so it's saying that. All right, so it looks like it updated the banner now. Let me check it out. Let me check it out for the TV shows first. Yeah, TV shows are missing banners, so we can get that updated also. Okay. So 2000s isn't updating for that banner. Okay. It's weird. All right, cool. So let's just note, well, the 2000s decade just isn't populating. Error. The 2000s decade is not loading for the homepage. All right, cool. So should be a pretty simple update. And we also, it looks like I believe the banner was there for TV, but it's not loading up anymore for some reason. But we have the music page functional. Each of these. Okay, so these buttons also need to be updated. It's a couple of little updates we need to add actually. Yeah, so we can update these top buttons to load correctly. Add a banner for the TV show section. Okay. Very small bug fixes here. Add better handling error for the banner context. Okay, cool. So it's getting that updated for us. And once that's updated, need to update the banner for the 2000s. Yeah, see, that's why I wasn't trying to get too caught up in the fashion portion, because I knew there would be a couple little issues we need to fix here and there. Saying that the decade was updated. Let me see. Was it though? Yeah, it's still not loading for us. I'm gonna try that in a private browser though, actually, just to make sure. Might be caching. Okay, new private window. Yeah, still not populating those changes. It's still not functional. Okay. Let me catch this actual error message that we're getting. Okay. All right. That updated. All right, cool. So this should be a simple fix. But let's let that load up, see if we can get that updated. Path start which is not a function. Okay. All right. Let me see if it was able to get that resolved. Okay. Got that fixed. Let's keep the ball rolling though. Okay. So we got 2 small changes before we're good to go. The banner is not displaying for the television portion. For the television subpage. Okay, cool. So I believe that banner was displaying for television, but some of the changes might have just got that removed somehow. So it should be an easy fix to get that reapplied. Pretty sure the data exists, just needs to update the display so it'll mimic the movie section. And then we can make sure the music buttons work at this top portion. Again, I'm giving away all of these apps for free, along with all the information used and required to make the project. So everybody will be able to make all of these as well. Just completing this 30-day 30 app challenge. I'm giving away all that information for free 99. All right, so looks like it is updating things. Okay, yeah, it's noticing that the tab is only the banner only shows for the movie section. Okay. It's going to get that TV section banner updated for us. Okay. Okay, so it created the banner. Now it's updating the front end to show things. Okay, check out how it looks right now though. Yeah, not updated yet. Might update in real time though. Let's see. Okay, so it looks like TV banner is not generated yet, so it'll just go ahead and create one for us. Still got these sub banners though. These are really clean. I love these. And these actually rotate. It seems like, yeah, these do rotate. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, these are pretty nice. All right, and now that main banner is here. Cool, cool, cool. Functional. Functional. All right. Couple details we need to touch up, but pretty decent. Pretty decent. Let's make sure these movie artists or these music artists are clickable as well. The artists in the music banner are not clickable. All right, cool. So I should be able to get that updated for us pretty fast. But overall, so far we got that home page updated. Each one of these functional. Every decade shows the correlating movies, TV shows, top artists of the decade, popular music of the decade. The fashion section is pretty weak, but we'll get that updated. But everything else is completely functional per decade. You can actually go right to the page to listen to the music of the artist or the actual album specifically, which is really convenient, really nice. Also have the movie section. Each of these functional. Still loading up that change for us. Okay. So yeah, each of these movie sections are functional. Just need to get that trailer portion updated. Okay. If you want to actually watch any of these media, it'll take you where you can check it out in Prime Video. Each of these are functional, get you to that general page. Okay. And it looks like it updated that music section for us. So should be, yep, we can click each of these top artists and networks. We also have the artists and albums segmented, hip hop icons, rock legends, pop legends, things like that. Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with what we got so far. I mean, zero code, so pretty decent. Fashion section needs a lot of work, but so far, so good. All right, cool. So, I mean, that's pretty much it for today's stream. My name is Adrian Glenn. This is Military Grade Automation. Appreciate you guys for watching. If you enjoyed the stream or learned anything, always appreciate like, comment, and subscribe. But outside of that, yeah, appreciate you guys for watching again and have a great weekend. Cool.